Thank you.
You'll want this on that side, won't you?
Well,
Well, I always get everything organized.
but I don't-
Test, oh yeah. Are you? Nick, can you confirm that you can hear us okay?
I can hear you just fine.
Great, thank you so much. Oh. Do you have to stream from upstairs? We're going to go anytime. Forward.
Feel like. That's half the thing I do. Sit on the card different side. The big old tables. After. I hope they don't blow these. Call the meeting of the Compensation Council. We have a quorum. Just a few reminders as to start out. We have a number of people online who may want to be recognized, so Michelle's gonna tug my arm when they want to be recognized. Otherwise, raise your hand and I'll try to call you in order. Goal today is to debate and on a preliminary basis adopt salary recommendations for the full panel of positions which we're assigned to deal with. I'm gonna go a little bit through today's packet after we do the minutes from the last meeting, just to talk about each item and then talk about the day. So the first item of the day is to adopt the meeting minutes from the 14th, March 14th. So I'm looking for a motion or any changes that people might have. Okay. Adoption has been moved and seconded. Comments from anybody? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposed? They are adopted. So what we have in front of us today is a brilliantly put together binder of materials. And for today's meeting, we have the minutes which we just adopted. The second thing worth taking a second to look at is our checklist. And column E on the checklist is what we're here today to pencil in new numbers here. They'll be finally and formally adopted at the meeting on March 26th. But in order to allow the staff to draft that report, our goal is to make all these decisions today. Then we have a set of recommendations or options. And finally, we have a list of potential language changes to the report, which we're going to deal with last today. But if you turn past that language recommendation, from MMB, we have a uncertainty report showing the level of uncertainty that exists for some of the forecasts we've heard and some of the numbers that we are dealing with. It goes on, we have information of the judicial branch information and turnover. And if you go deeper in, there's all of the materials that we have had at our prior meeting within this booklet. So if you want to refer to any of these documents, be specific so that everyone can turn to the correct page. The agenda today is to go, and we're using the agenda that's been done in the past, essentially, to go through our decisions item by item and discuss and hopefully make recommendations on each area and then move to the next area. So we're going to go through agency heads, constitutional officers, judges, and statutory reforms, and in order. And each time we get to a particular topic, I'm going to have Nick talk about the data just for that area. And I can talk a little bit about how we came up with the options that we've listed for each area. So in general, what you're going to see all day in option A is the recommendations that we were received in testimony. So for example, you'll have the agency heads, and you'll have the increase across the board of 5.5 and 4.5% as a recommendation that came actually from testimony. And then in the second option, it will vary where we got those data, and that's where Nick is going to outline where we got the data. For example, in this case, it's the Hayes study, and then option C is inflation. These options are illustrative. They're for discussion purposes. We don't have to be bound by these options. If a different number comes to mind, if people have a different number and rationale, we can debate that. But they're just a way to focus the conversation on a range of choices. I think the unspoken and unlisted option is 0% increases for any area. One reason why that isn't in front of us is because I strongly believe that we're part of a strategy that's been going on for some years of attempting to raise salaries in these areas to a more professional level. And when you have a strategy like that, sometimes you see organizations just surge forward to a new salary level and then do nothing for multiple years and fall back. That's the pattern again and again in organizations. Surge forward, stagnate, fall back, surge forward, stagnate, fall back. And a strategy would say that some raise, any raise, even in a year where you don't think that the raises need to be as large, is actually a better strategy to grow organically toward the salary levels that make these desirable for people. So that's why I didn't put 0, but if someone wants in a particular area to say that this council should not recommend a raise, they can always raise that as well. So any questions about how we're going to go forward today before we dive in?
I just want to say that I think in this room, we don't have quite the miking, so we need to be careful. I think speak loudly so that the people streaming are sure to hear. I'm very soft spoken, so I'm going to consciously do that.
Good advice. I sometimes devolve into mumbling. And my wife will say, no one understands what you just said, so I'll try to enunciate today.
Everybody's wife says that.
Yeah, yeah. So true, so true. So we're gonna start at the very first category, and I'm gonna have Nick talk about and point us to the spreadsheet. And I'll go for it. Mhm. So first up is the Direct Care and Treatment Board daily compensation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members, so this first task, direct care treatment daily compensation. They have a daily rate of $55 currently. And some of the options that the staff and chair threw out was $500, which was the PCT recommendation, or $125, which is the per diem rate for public members of the LCCMR, or the LSOHC.
Which is the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources and the LaSalle Sands Outdoor Heritage Council. And those groups tend to have all-day meetings where the members come together and are reviewing applications.
Clarification purposes, my understanding. I mean, the way I took this was the non-voting, non-expert members of the group. I don't know the exact term for the executive group. So I mean, we are really looking at possibly two different recommendations there in terms of the public members versus the doctors and the sort of subject matter experts. Right. So I think the public members are folks like bargaining unit who are being compensated when they come to those meetings. I may be wrong. That's just my reading. If anyone has a better understanding.
Mr. Chair, it's the 7 public members are the non-commissioners, non-government representatives. So you can just set the daily compensation for the voting members with their 7.
Non-voting members don't need a separate compensation level. So they're currently being paid $55 for a meeting. I think this is an attempt to do a new governance model for a state agency. By having this board with significant authority and power, for example, adopting and approving a strategic plan. To me, if you're adopting and approving a strategic plan, that's part of essentially governing, hiring an executive director. That's part of governing, and whether the model is wise or whether the model works in the long stream is something for the governor and the legislature to decide. But my take was that there's a qualitative difference between the LaSalle folks and the LCCMR folks and what we're asking people on this board to do, which partakes of governing and managing this disparate, complex mental health system. And I don't know how to pick a number for that at all. So I'm not going to take a stand on everything that is here, but to me, I would say the $500 one is a worthy dollar amount just because they asked for it and they're building this thing from scratch. Thoughts?
Just for clarification, I understand this per diem would apply for days in which they're meeting as a board.
Right.
And that's 6 or 7 times a day, a year, or how frequently?
I believe they mentioned that they were meeting monthly.
Okay.
But they expected that number could lower. I just threw out 6 meetings a year to have an idea of
Okay.
that. So If it's 12, you can obviously just double.
Would it apply to work or time spent outside of the meeting, such as if they do meet off-site to discuss a strategic plan, or if they are coming to a facility to meet with staff or consultants, or is this just per diem for formal board meetings?
I think this is just per diem for formal meetings. So it's not a working group per diem. It's not that type of a subcommittee per diem. And I think we clarify that in our recommendation.
For what it's worth, I would agree with the chair. I think this is a worthy recommendation.
May I ask what the compensation is for the non-voting?
The non-voting members, I think, have government or official fees that, and so don't receive any compensation. And so, yeah, they're paid their salaries to do the jobs they do.
Just following up, I would agree with the recommendations.
Kevin?
Move that the council adopt the $500 daily compensation rate for the direct care treatment.
I would second with a friendly amendment that it will also include clarification that we understand it's just with regard to board meetings. And I think it also includes mileage.
Discussion?
I've got a question. They've already started meeting. Are we going to make this retroactive?
Do we have that authority? Isn't it set as of a certain date?
It does says,
These would take effect July 1st of this year.
I guess it's $55 until July 1st, and
That was my understanding of making the
Yeah.
motion.
good clarification.
And that's my,
Go ahead, Clara.
My understanding based on the testimony at our last meeting that these were set based on similar numbers from corporate boards, like Kaiser Permanente, people who were serving on those boards. Is that, I correct?
That was not my understanding. When they put up that slide, Kaiser Permanente was, thousands of dollars a day for meeting. Or they looked at it was an annual salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars for being a board member. So I think that was to show that my recollection was that was to show that it was not, that they were not adopting a compensation model that was similar to corporate board service.
Oh, thanks for that.
Michelle has some clarification.
Mr. Chair and members, when the governor was proposing the separation of the Department of Human Services to create the direct care and treatment and create a board structure, as well as the Department of Children, Youth and Families, the staff, and from the Department from Direct Care and Treatment made a recommendation of the $500 per day. In that proposal, ultimately legislation assigned the responsibility to this council to determine that daily rate. When they were coming up with the $500, they did take into consideration internal staff within the department, within Direct Care and Treatment, took into consideration responsibilities of other healthcare boards, things of that nature to generate that recommendation. Because the legislature didn't adopt their recommendation, that's why the $55 a day was set, because that's in chapter 15, and many boards and task forces, commissions, councils have a per diem rate of $55 a day.
if I could follow up on that, the information they provided indicated that the research from MHA came up with a range for similarly sized health care organizations that span $387 to $1,538 per day. So I think it's worth noting that we're discussing a motion that would recommend a per diem that's very much at the low end and very conservative, I think, given that data.
Nick Morgan, you have a question?
Well, I wanted to follow up on the motion on the floor. I personally, I just wanted to say that I will be, if we're going to have a vote on the 500, I'm going to be a no vote, and I just wanted to explain why. Because I think this is going to come up for a lot of these as we move forward on discussing the amounts we're going to have for these, not just for this board per diem, but also for the agency heads as we move forward. We're in a unique situation with what's happening, with the House and Senate and with the budgets they're going. And if we're going to be taken seriously in our recommendations, we need to accept that the budget this cycle, unlike the last time this happened, isn't growing. So while we say that potentially this 809% increase in meeting per diem seems to make sense, that's going to come out of somewhere else. So, in other words, if there is a program and if there's a program that needs money or something else that's there, this is going to cut into that. And so, if this is the best use of Minnesota's tax money, I'm fine with, if the board moves forward with that. But personally, I can't see how we can go any higher than what is the increase for Lessard Sams. Only because I don't know if the legislature is going to take us seriously if we're just, making 800% increases on everything we have here. Further, I know they tried to present that they were the same board as Kaiser Permanente, but they're constrained by the legislature. They don't have fiduciary duties to this, and they can't be sued for any bad decisions they make. So they are insulated and not really a real board. And also, if they're putting out strategic plans, again, they can't make a strategic plan that goes against any wishes of the legislature. So they're, while they certainly serve and need some compensation for what they do on a regular basis, this is not a normal board. And we need to respect that reality and say, yes, there needs to be some funding for this. But I think that going an 800% increase following what we heard from management and budget last time, I think is a little too extreme. And we need to realize that this is cutting into something else in the budget.
Devin?
Even if we double, I know on our spreadsheet here, we've got a 6 meeting, let's assume it's 12 meetings. That's an additional $6,220 or $230 in spending next year.
If I may follow up, I appreciate the comments. I do not envision that we're going to be discussing 800% increases with regard to other positions. This is an apple to an orange, and I think it recognizes a lack of appropriate reimbursement in the past. As Devin indicated, it does not net out to a large number, but it's very important work they do. And I think the data we've been provided show that it's fair and appropriate for these professionals. So I would continue to support the motion.
More comments from anybody? Anybody online who has a comment or question?
One additional comment. I just want to acknowledge that in this room, there are some staggering billing rates among us, and that people are giving their time for the greater good, and that they're not called to this work for the $500 that we don't get. So the similar professionals are called to the work of, this new board. They're making important decisions for members of the state of Minnesota. And so I just want to call out that discrepancy, because we're all here giving our time.
Well, this is going to apply to everything that is a new area. And I still think of cannabis management as a new area. The three-way split of human services is a new area. And it's my strong view that whatever we do, we should somewhat overcompensate and at least make note in our minds, if we don't in the report, that possibly over time, the amount should be held for some time, because that initial planning process is critical. You have to have the best people in place to do it. And so that's just, I have a strong view about that. I think however the Hay chart was arranged, it was recognized that cannabis management was not the same as the gambling control board. And we made some other changes, IT as well, which used to be a mid-range. You see areas where it's very dynamic and public safety right now is also very dynamic. So as we look at these things that are kind of new in structure or changing dynamically, we should look critically at it and set a higher rate that may be held even if it's not a trouble spot later down the road.
I just want to add, Mr. Chair, if I could, members, our job, in my opinion, and I'm happy to take guidance, is to set the appropriate compensation for the role. And compare that possibly to other factors in the market or the talent that we're trying to recruit and maintain skill level that's required. It is not to balance the budget at the expense of setting compensation that's enough for me. So as much as I, as a business owner, would keep that in mind to keep the books balanced, I don't believe that it's required for us to do that. For sure.
I am new to the committee, but my recollection is that by statute, we are to consider budgetary issues. I don't disagree with your perspective, but I think by statute, we do need to take that into account. So certainly I am taking that into account with regard to the pending motion and would consider that with regard to other proposed recommendations.
Michelle, I'm gonna have you read that part of our statute.
Mr. Chair and members, I'm in the direct care and treatment statute and the executive board statute. It also references the compensation that is under consideration by all of you. So I thought it might be helpful to see what that language says about what the rate you're setting would be like. So it says the compensation council must determine the compensation for voting members of the executive board per day spent on executive board activities authorized by the executive board. Voting members of the executive board may also receive the expenses in the same manner and amount as authorized by the commissioner's plan adopted under section 43A. Voting members who, as a result of time spent attending board members, incur childcare expenses that would not otherwise have been incurred may be reimbursed for those expenses upon board authorization. The Commissioner of Management and Budget must publish the compensation rate for the voting members of the executive board. And then voting members of the executive board must adopt internal standards prescribing what constitutes a day spent on board activities for the purposes of payment.
With that statutory language in mind, have we had any guidance from MMB on this?
We have not.
Also, I didn't hear that there is a number that we're trying to beat. So just to further explain, I'm not opposed to trying to balance that. But in my view, if we were to do that, we would have a running column to the right that would guide us on what our limitations are or what it may be. So, you know, is there a total number?
Members know there's not a total number that we're statutorily, but you're going to see as we look in later parts of the spreadsheet that we have totaled what raises under some of these options would cost. And so you'll see that, and we'll get to that for state agencies, we've attempted to total what a proposed option might cost a state. So it's good to think about this in terms of how many meetings would they have, and they internally decide what is a meeting. And appointees right now all have jobs and lives outside of this, so they're unlikely to become a full-time governing council. But they do have internal, according to the statute, they do have some internal capacity to set what is an official meeting for the sake of the board, and then therefore give themselves more meetings and more per diem payments.
Call the question.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Sally, we're gonna take the roll on actual adoption of any of these matters. So Sally is going to take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Pass, Charles Anderson, Gary Borgendall, Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce.
Kelly, are you able to unmute, speak?
There, aye.
Nancy Conley,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Benjamin Gerber, Ethan Holden, Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Amanda Matchett, Amanda Mills, Nick Morgan,
Nay.
Lori Myrie, Amber Nakvi,
Aye.
Bryson, Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Christy Schmidt, Davis Setzman,
Aye.
Tim Stout,
There being 12 ayes, nay, the motion passes. Next on our agenda, we are going to talk about agency heads. And the spreadsheet, I'm gonna have Nick in a minute talk about the spreadsheet, but in creating these options A, B, and C, but we made a few changes to the spreadsheets you've been seeing for the open positions. So for example, the Children, Youth and Families Commissioner, the direct for the CEO of the Direct Care and Treatment Board, the Director of Emergency Medical Services. So you'll see that those have a starting number that's filled in. So I just wanted to point them out, and Nick can tell us a little bit about where those numbers came from. Nick, why don't you go through the spreadsheet and explain all the different options and where they came from?
Mr. Chair, members, so this spreadsheet has all of the agency head salaries and then three different options, A, B, and C. Option A was the MMB recommendation, which was 5.5% July 1st this year and 4.5% July 1st next year. Option B was based on MMB's 8-point evaluations and then assigning numbers based on the max of those ranges. For positions that were not A-rated, I did not assign a number. So if the council wanted to adopt this, it would need to set those. And then option C was purely inflation adjusted based on MMB's forecast of 2.9% inflation in 2025 and 3% inflation in 2026. For the positions that are newer, specifically DCYF, DCT, and EMS, the current salary of the Commissioner of Children, Youth, and Families was set to the rate of the MMB Commissioner, which is $187,001. The CEO of Direct Care and Treatment base was set in the spreadsheet after conversations between staff and the chair. And the Director of Emergency Medical Services, that is their current staff, their current salary as well.
So the range of choices before us are the MMB recommendations, the Hay Point recommendations. And for the ones we don't have a Hay Point estimate on, you could substitute the inflationary numbers for those just as an example. Inflationary adjustments, 2.9 and 3%, and then any other numbers that the group would like to entertain. So let me open it up for discussion.
I had a couple of thoughts I wanted to express, if I may, Mr. Chair. In looking at this, in my view, it's important to consider recommendations that would attract talented professionals. But also, it's my view, and I may be incorrect, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But generally speaking, these would be on the short term end of the spectrum in terms of time served in these positions, and perhaps 1 to 2 administrations. They would also, again, generally, maybe not in every case, provide lucrative credentials, and maybe that's a chicken and the egg. Maybe they're filling those positions in true public service and are very, very capable and in demand both before and after. But serving as a commissioner or an agency head provides a very valuable credential, as well as important contacts, networks, experience, and so forth. One of the concerns I have is with regard to the Hay rating. That's something that I'm unfamiliar with. It sounds as though it's very important. And it reflects, if we just look at the Hay rating, that there are very stark imbalances among this group that I think would appropriately merit attention. My last point is, with regard to those imbalances, I think that demonstrates and justifies what I believe will be a legislative recommendation to extend the period of time in which this board or this commission serves, to be able to study, to have adequate time to study in greater depth each of these positions, and also the relative significance of data like the Hay ratings. So I state that to express the sorts of things that I have in mind in considering the recommendation.
Devin?
Tom more eloquently than I expressed the same concerns that I have, both in terms of our ability to adequately understand how best to balance the various responsibilities of the individual commissioners. As you say, as Tom said, the Hay point data that's presented to us here suggests that some of these salaries are pretty drastically out of line with what we would expect based on the difficulty or the way that the Hay point system works. I'm somewhat apprehensive about though I think significant changes is probably warranted, especially based on your comments, Mr. Chair, at the beginning about the jump system that we have been adopting rather than the sort of slow increase over time. But I also don't feel as educated as I would like to feel about making that kind of decision. And so although I would likely support that kind of significant increases that better represent the kind of difficult job that our commissioners are undertaking, I think I'm likely to support something more like the MMB recommendation, which is more gradual, while also making the recommendation to the legislature to give us more time to better educate ourselves about the work that the commissioners do and how best to compensate them for that.
Janice?
Oh, Janice, you're on mute.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I am very familiar with Hay ratings and doing compensation studies, but those obviously take a lot longer than we have. I do think that it's very clear that there are some discrepancies between a lot of these positions, and the pay equity there is not in line, but that isn't something that we would be able to properly dig into without those job descriptions, seeing what those Hay ratings were assigned as, and moving forward with that. So while I do think that that is honestly the best recommendation to go with the Hay ratings until we would be able to vet those, I don't think that it's not in the cards right now.
Next I have Jim, followed by Nick.
I appreciate Janice's comments, and I'd love to hear her expand on it more, because my impression, and I have very little familiarity with pay points other than back in my journalistic days, about 40 years ago, they were commonly used. I wasn't aware that they were used in a political context very commonly. So I understand that it's a process that I think is done internally for MMB. I'm not sure, that's not very clear. But yeah, I agree that if we understood the process of setting how these were set up and changed over time possibly, or if it just was implemented this year, I don't know any of that. I just would want to comment in general though, because I wish David was here because he was here in 2017 too, but we had 24 classifications in 17. We have, depending on how you look at it, 36 or 37 now. So we have at least a 50% increase. At that time, we had 3 ranges. 2 of them were the vast majority of those 24 categories that were ranges. And I believe it was Commissioner Showalter. I didn't serve last time, but I suspect it was his advice to the legislature to get rid of the ranges and then set these individually. We are now tasked with setting the salaries, not recommending them. So just to emphasize what Mr. Boyd and Mr. Driscoll are saying, this is a very difficult process, and we have many fewer experienced members of this board, and I'm glad there's one who knows a lot about the Hayes system. I don't know if anyone at the LCC can be giving us some greater amount of enlightenment on how it was set up, or I find, you know, further testimony is desired, but I am perplexed a bit.
Nick?
Thank you. So I think that when looking at these different options, I think that we, you know, when we're talking about either option A, option B, or option C, you know, based on our previous discussion, I can certainly understand, you know, the idea that these salaries are supposed to be competitive and attract talent. But if we're trying to say that these salaries or any of the increases we're looking at here are going to somehow increase them to an amount where they're somehow competitive or alluring to someone in a similar position in the private sector, none of these are going to do it. And so if that's not going to be something that's going to actually taking place, then the other thing we need to realize is that you know, we are going to be not just making a recommendation on these, but if there's no opposition from the legislature, these become the actual this becomes the actual pay points for the people that are going to be the commissioners of these different agencies. And so just to realize that of the one budget we have that currently exists, which is the governor's budget recommendation, that is, say we go with option B for, say, the Commissioner of Human Services. We're going to have to say that we're giving them a 21.9% increase in salary, which doesn't more than likely make it a more competitive or alluring position for private sector employees. But they're getting a 21.9% increase while the governor recommends cutting disability services for adults and children in the state of Minnesota. And we want to say that that is what we, and to say that we're ignorant of that would be foolish because we have the governor's recommendation. It's out there in public. And to say that that is what needs to take place while we're in that kind of reality, when we're not going to be able to achieve everything that we want to do in terms of making these competitive, is uh, it's going to be, I think, difficult to explain to people that that is necessary while disability services are potentially getting cut. So I don't know, um, again, with that situation in mind, although it certainly is low and potentially there is, it's unfortunate that they, are not able to, um, get more of an increase. I don't know how we can justify going higher than inflation adjusted when we're facing such serious cuts in other aspects of this session.
Just a clarification on the first column. Side conversations with MMB. Our proposal is actually more modest than MMB's proposal. What they would have had us do, at least that's my new understanding, is immediately move the commissioners up to a 10% level effective July 1, 2025. And that would rebase according to the employee salaries that have already happened for non-agency head state employees. So if we'd have accurately reflected MMB's proposal, there would be one column, old salary, second column, new salary 10% higher. Instead, the way we memorialized that was to take that 10% and divide it over 2 years, which would be slower than what MMB asked us to do, but would still get to the rebase to 10%. So with that clarification, and I don't know if Dory wants to come up and tell us more, or we could just let it sit and say that that's what I just received, and I think that's the new accuracy. Think about that for a minute, because we have a few more people who want to talk. Janice, you're up next.
Thank you. The one thing that I would like to throw out there is that they had mentioned that there were a lot of what I would consider deputy commissioners and lower staff who I would assume have been set up with the Hay Point system for their salaries. And there are still a lot of these commissioners that are making less than their second in command. So when we start talking about the optics of raising it 21%, I understand that it doesn't look great, but at the same time, how are we justifying that these top positions, their second in command wouldn't want to step into these and take a pay cut in order to be the commissioner of a department?
Next up is Devin.
Noting that the increase in salary, looking at option A, of an additional $323,777 in the first year of the biennium, $279,478, and I'm correct in reading that those are thousands, units of thousands. Okay, so adding that together, using a biennial budget, not of last year, since some folks can say that last year's biennial budget was high, was higher off the norm, using the 2021 biennial budget of $48.8 billion. That is an increase of 0.1% of the state budget. Recognizing that we're talking about important jobs that do not make up a sizable portion of the budget, I move that we adopt option A, which is memorialized here in the spreadsheet, that would include a 5.5% across the board increase in the first year of the biennium, and a 4.5% increase to the listed salaries in the second year of the biennium.
Motion made. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Amber seconds the motion. Discussion.
Following up, I'm glad Janice addressed this. I was gonna ask to clarify my recollection of the recommendation from MMB, that it was intended to catch up the agency heads in order to provide, at least make headway, if not put them above the pay of their deputies. My own personal opinion is that that is not a justification. I think a good commissioner wants good people around them. And if that means that those good people are getting paid more than the commissioner, I don't know that that's a reason to adjust the commissioner's salary. I do think it's important to fairly compensate and to attract good people. But again, going back to my opinion, a a really solid manager is not going to be caught up in whether or not he or she is making more or less than a deputy. And in fact, that's a discussion that's often had in public institutions where the governing board will insist that the CEO or the president of the university or whoever it is the highest paid person in the organization, and that officer who's intended to be the highest paid will often advocate for higher salaries for other people, both in their office and elsewhere in the institution, to get top talent. So I don't think that the MMB's recommendation in terms of numbers is unreasonable. I don't think I disagree with their justification for it.
Next up, we have Gloria, followed by Nick, followed by Jim. Gloria?
Sure, I just wanted to make 3 general points. First, I am generally okay with the 5.5% and 4.5% recommendations because they are aligned with what regular working folks in the unions throughout the state of Minnesota have received. And what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So I'm okay with that as a general premise. I do think that we need to look more closely at at least 4 of these agency head salaries: Commissioner of Children, Youth and Families, the Director of Treatment, CEO, Office of Cannabis Management, and the Director of the Office of Emergency Medical Services, because these are ones that we are really looking at, and at least according to was letter B of previous documents that we had, we're really setting these for some of these and need to look at whether it's appropriate that cannabis management have the highest agency salary or agency head salary. So I really would like to dig into at least those 4. I also think that there are some dynamic considerations that are probably best looked at a future salary council, specifically about Health and Human Services, with the kind of carve up of that, and whether the HHS director should continue to have the salary that they have after that all changes. And as we all have been seeing on the federal level, education is going kind of wild right now. And who knows what the pay rating would be a couple of years from now on the Department of Education if we no longer have a federal department. So those are some of the general considerations that I have. So I'm not quite with Devin yet on an across the board 4.5, 5.5. I would like to look a little closer, at least as a starting point at those 4.
And I'll come back to that in a minute. Next up is Nick.
Yes. And again, I think that discussing whether something is fair or appropriate is appropriate is a fair discussion in a vacuum, but we are not operating in a vacuum. So to echo off what was just stated, I just want to note that my wife is a non-union nurse practitioner at North Memorial Health Hospital, and last year they were only able to offer raises of 1% because their budget couldn't pay for it, or else they would close. The thing we're dealing with here is that, again, we are in a situation where a governor is publicly suggesting to cut disability services because we are going into difficult financial waters for these organizations. And while in a vacuum, those raises might seem fair or appropriate, if we're going to have to sacrifice willing programs, even before these increases are tabulated into the budget, that's going to be an issue. And also because this is on us, difficult to defend, because again, we won't have the backstop of saying, well, the legislature decided to ignore us. These are on us now. And so we want to be very careful that we're saying that this, even if it's a small amount of the budget, to say that over 2 years, these commissioners get a 10% raise, while other people are going to be losing money to care for their injured relatives, is going to be a difficult decision to justify. And so I want to be very clear that, we're going to need to be very careful and very judicious on this because I don't think deserved is where we want to go, considering that other people are going to lose out on money in this budget, and they certainly don't deserve to have that happen to them.
James?
I would likely vote against this motion on the basis of us not having looked closely enough, in that we are kicking, we're kicking a can down the road. Over the years, there were basically 3 levels that all the commissioners, the very compressed $10,000 difference in those levels. We are being given options here, and I do agree that we need to take seriously. I agree with Nick completely. We need to look very seriously at where we're headed in the economics in the out years. And so I would look at taking those hay ratings that are under the 10% and adjust downward accordingly if we are confident that this hay rating is in the ballpark. I'd be uncomfortable going any higher, and I'll be happy to have a conversation in depth about cannabis management. Keep in mind, we had a permanent cannabis management nominee or person in office for, I believe, 2 days. And it proved to be that that person shouldn't have been in the office. So believe me, we have to get it right on cannabis management. You look at Colorado and the black market that rose when they went to recreational. You look at what Ms. Briner did to properly bring in the medical side into cannabis management, to have those people working in the office and doing their job. We need to look at this stuff a little closer. So yes, thank you, Ms. Meyer. We do need to look closer.
Tom?
I'll be a broken record on this subject, but I think to Jim's point, we need to look very closely at the cannabis management and each of these positions, and to really understand the hay points and so forth. I don't feel like we're given adequate time to do that under the current constraints. I know there's some disagreement about whether fair and appropriate is something we should take into account, but I'm not able to discount it. And in trying to come up with what recommendations I would support, I feel as though I'm not being fair to the various agency heads because of the limited information that we have. But I'm tending towards the inflation alternative or the inflation adjustment alternative because that seems to have the most sound justification, absent detailed information about each of these positions and what would be appropriate under the statutory criteria. I also agree with Jim and Gloria as to the particular positions that were mentioned. I think that they, while the constraints limit our discussions about even those positions, I think they fall into a justifiably unique category that we should have separate discussions about.
I wonder personally what kind of information we would have to consider agency heads individually. In a political sphere, you can have a simple question, 2 lines in a bill, and it can totally absorb and destroy the next 2 years of your life as you're working on that. And the next person over has a 1,700-page omnibus bill. I once worked on a 1,700-page omnibus bill, and it was anodyne and boring. And when it passed, I didn't have to carry this big lump of paper with me, but it was no drama. And I've worked on things that are one sentence long. The Prairie Cask bill that put cast at Prairie Island was not hundreds of pages long, but it destroyed everybody's life who worked on it for a couple of years. An agency head here can have the worst year of their life in a really boring small agency because the governor and the issues have to come together. A case in point is this cannabis management group. I worked for 35 years with the head of alcohol control at public safety. And because alcohol consumption is a mature industry, that person ran, it could be a difficult job on certain days, but they ran a calm, well-organized, well-regulated industry. And I think eventually that's what everybody wants to happen with cannabis, because when it becomes mature and well-organized, it's part of our lives. We understand how it's regulated. And at that point, we shouldn't be paying this person anywhere near the equivalent of what the director of MMB or the Department of Revenue, because every day something new comes to their desk that is cutting edge and difficult and problematic. Whereas eventually, if we set it at 190, which I'm comfortable doing, that's where it's at now. But eventually this group's going to be like, well, why don't we norm that up against liquor control? That's where we're going to go eventually, I think. And in taking these things apart, I worry that we tread upon the management prerogatives of the governor. Agency head does other duties as assigned. They don't just run their agency. There might be a special pilot project that the governor wants to put together, or a certain kind of leadership that the governor wants on the side of the road. So if we go too far down this path and we set every salary individually, which is in a way what the Hay Point, I think, tries to do, it gives me concerns about whether we will ever have the kind of knowledge in a group like this that can go there. So that's why the ANC ones at least are something that keeps us out of having to make this kind of judgments. But that's just my temporary sermon for the moment, because Gloria has raised her hand, followed by Tom, and there'll be others. Gloria, Tom, Amber, Tim.
Challenges with the dysfunction of cannabis management. I get it, but we have several new agencies here that are working through new things and setting up new programs and figuring out their breakthrough. And I think it does a disservice to the people who are operating far more complex new agencies to say that cannabis management should be paid. My 2 cents.
So we got Gloria, and now we have Tom, Amber, Tim, and Nick.
Just to follow up on the chair's comments, I think there is more we could know, and just starting with a better understanding of the Hay rating system, what are the elements, and then looking at each of these positions and how those elements are reflected in the position, so we can get a better understanding as to why those ratings are higher. Also, comparing those more carefully to other comparable positions, either in Minnesota or in other states that handle the same subject matter. My concern is just defaulting to a recommendation without having adequate information. Again, having more time would lend itself to having a better appreciation and an understanding as to each. But treating them just as a monolith because of a philosophical approach or something of that sort, I'm not comfortable with. So the best I am able to do personally is to look at the groups that already have an established historic pay or salary rating or salary amount, and then separately discussing these new agencies as Ms. Myrie had proposed.
Next is Amber.
So I agree with Tom. I don't disagree with anything that Nick is saying, but I'm a process person, so I'd like to see us pick a path that's going to take us to the end. The reason I seconded Devin's motion is because there's a path. Ms. Myers is correct. We should have, in her opinion, it's 4. In somebody else's opinion, it might be 5. But we should break this into maybe chunks, as Tom just suggested, to give us a path forward. We don't have more time, so debating whether we have enough time or not is not useful. We don't have a number that we're trying to hit, so trying to say everything needs to be to the bottom number also doesn't fit. I have it all separated individually to what my opinion is for each one of these. That I think would take too long. So I'd just like guidance from Mr. Chair. Here's the path that we're going, whether it's 4 or 6 that we should debate. I think we should clear other things up and then pick those 4 and follow that path.
I think eventually we're gonna have to circle back to doing an across the board recommendation. And one way, I'm a process guy too, one way to do that is to entertain a motion that applies to all these agencies, set that, and then we could entertain motions to make a change for any one agency. So then at least we've got the base done as a group.
Sure.
I think that's neater because it helps staff gets closer to their final answer. And then if someone has a specific agency they want to make a new motion on, I'd entertain that at that point. We now have Tim.
So I'd just like to go back to what Mr. Boyd said in the very beginning, that these are commissioner positions are generally short-term political appointments that further their career in some way. And as Ms. Myers said earlier, the people that even in this room are making quite a bit more than that and would likely be very happy to be a commissioner of something at some point for various reasons. So I think in this political climate that we have with the budget that issues that we have, like Nick said, my personal opinion is more of an inflationary adjustment is more accurate in these times, knowing that these commissioner positions do parlay that into other things later on. And that's why I have no issue with their deputies making more than that, because they may not be as politically motivated in future endeavors. So,
Nick and Jim. Nick?
Yes, I want to follow up on that comment, just because with what Mr. Boyd said is accurate, that when these political appointees take their jobs, the amount of reliance they have on their deputies is tremendous because those deputies are potentially 10, 15, 20-year public servants in that department, and they're going to have the knowledge and expertise of not just the procedures of that department and what actually is required of their position, but also of the networks and people to address and the levers to pull for those departments. So again, just because the lower levels are paid more, in fact, I think that's a feature, not a bug. And I think that a lot of private sector employers will recognize that a lot of times salespeople or revenue producers within companies make more than the managers because they produce the revenue, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the salespeople still have to listen to the managers to follow company rules. But there is nothing unfamiliar with that. And I will note for anyone who is sports adjacent. Currently, Juan Soto for the Mets is paid $60 million. I guarantee his manager is not paid more than a tenth of that. Doesn't mean that manager can't bench Juan Soto whenever he feels like it. So and while unlikely because he's that good, the fact is that just because one is underpaid compared to their underlings is not a good reason to move on this. I also just wanted to note that when we talk about comparable positions in the private sector, one of the places getting the largest increase, at least on the Hay points, is the Commissioner of Human Services. And I want to note that we just had news the other day of the leader of Feeding Our Future convicted of fraud by a jury in federal court. And I will note that the Office of Human Services missed that. It was found actually by the federal level of the widespread fraud on there. And when they came forward to be brought forward before the relevant committee at the legislature, the current commissioner shrugged their shoulders. And I can tell you that if someone missed millions and millions of dollars of fraud by feeding our future in a comparable way in a private sector job, um, they would not still have their position, which the current commissioner currently does. So the problem is that even if we say that this is low compared to private sector, when you're essentially unfireable, it seems like a great salary for a job that you cannot lose, no matter how bad you are at it. Because to have that missed is something that um, is something that is a huge problem. And I don't know how we can say that this is comparative to a private sector job when no one would hold their job um, after that kind of miss in the private sector.
Jim,
I just
followed by me.
clarify before I speak that, keep in mind that feeding our futures as Department of Education authority, but I'm going to move that we amend the Driscoll motion to do keep with the 5.5, 4.5, but for all positions that are less than a 10% increase, that increase be prorated according to the Hay points at a 55-45% ratio. So the amount of increase over the 2 years is prorated similarly to the higher level, the 5.5 and 4.5. And then we do not lower any salaries. We're not going to do that.
Jim, could you give us an example?
Okay, so under the Hay points, we have a 2.4. If you do the multiple.
Which one is that? Is that Housing Finance Agency? They're getting a 2.4% raise under the Hay.
So is
and so is
so if you prorate it, you just multiply for the first year for 2.4 by 55% of the 2.4, and the remaining would be, the second year would be again 45%.
So you would split they would still get 2.4. Anybody who has under 10 only gets the lower number, but we divide it into 2 pots. So you're adopting the Hayes motion for anybody who gets less than 10%.
Yes.
But dividing into 2 years.
Yes.
And then you are adopting the 5.5 and 4.5 for the people who are at 10%.
Or higher. 10% or higher, yes. So you've got several of those, and you do not penalize anyone. You're just not going to lower their salaries. We'll hold them at the current level.
I'm not sure that's an amendment to because I think it's an entirely new motion. It's a replacement motion. So I think I'd rather deal with that if the first motion fails. But here's a suggestion, which of course when I make a suggestion, they usually fall thud to nothing, but I'm going to do it anyway. I have nothing to lose. So a way to compromise might be to take the inflation across the board motion and add 1% a year. So instead of 2.9 and 3, it would be 3.9 and 4. That comes up to a 7.9 raise. It's less, it's more than the inflation adjustment, but it's less than the 10%. And I only raise that because we clearly have people who want the inflation number. We clearly have people who want the 10% number. And maybe we have people who want to redo the haze in a complex way. So I'm throwing that out as a potential compromise. The inflation number is an estimate as well. It's somebody's guess of what inflation will be for the next couple of years. And in terms of the initial goal that I had, the inflation number is great because it doesn't do nothing. And building on the raises from last year with the inflation number is a great accomplishment, I think. But I do respect that MMB notes that employees have gotten the 10% raises and that they're attempting to bring the agency heads at least upward to that level. I think that's a respectable argument. I know that you're never going to have everybody within your agency make less than you. When I started at House Research, there was the best tax attorney in the state was Joel Michael, and he made more than he did. And I said to myself, he should always make more than I do because he's just that good as a tax attorney. If you hire right now, if you hire an actuary, which often the Department of Commerce needs an actuary, that actuary is going to make more than any conceivable salary that the head of the Department of Commerce is going to make because actuaries are rare and uniquely talented. So I don't think our goal is to always instantiate that agency head as the highest paid official. I think that's a fool's game. There are people who have medical doctors working for them, psychologists and psychiatrists who make more. It's always going to be that way. So anyway, I'm going to throw that out as we have a motion for the 5.5 and we're going to take a vote on that motion. And then if it fails, I'm going to vote for that motion and I'm going to vote for my alternate motion and I'm going to vote for the inflation just to be transparent. We have one more person who asked to speak, or two more people who have asked to speak before you call a question. So we have three, and then we're going to vote. We're going to go Nick, Tom, and Tim. Nick?
Oh, I just wanted to say that I very much respect the chair's alternative. And while I'll be voting no to the current option A, if that I'm happy to bring option C with the chair's amendments. I would be happy to bring that myself if we get to that point. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate the chair's suggestion and would be happy to support that.
And I would echo that. I'll reserve my comments about that later if it is a motion, but I'm inclined towards that described motion.
Tim?
I would just want to make a point of clarification that the motion on the floor is for
Motion on the floor is for option A 5.5% increase in first year and a 4.5% increase in the second year. We're going to have that as a clean motion. And please take the roll.
Chair McCormick.
Aye.
Tom Boyd.
Nay.
Janice Brandt.
Nay.
Tim Brinkman. Kelly Commerce.
Nay.
Nancy Conley.
Aye.
Devin Driscoll.
Aye.
Roger Josephson.
Nay.
Amanda Matchman. Nick Morgan.
Nay.
Gloria Myrie.
Nay.
Amber Knockby.
Aye.
Jim Robbins.
Nay.
Davis Ensman.
Aye.
Tim Stout.
Nay.
The
5 yes, 9 no.
motion fails. I'm going to make my motion, which is that we adopt option C, the inflation adjustment, but that we increase the numbers by 1% each year, so that's 3.9% in the first year and 4% in the second. Discussion.
Do you need a second?
I need a second, please.
I'll second.
Second has been made. James.
I pulled up the December 2024 economic projections of Federal Reserve Board members and Federal Reserve Bank presidents. And there's a bunch of ranges here about what the September projection was for core PCE inflation. They do not correspond at all to what option C is showing for a range, which is just the best way to say, because there's no total consensus, but the range is for 25, it's 2.1 to 2.5%. For 2026, it's 2% to 2.2. For 2027, it's 2.0 to 2.2%. Now, if I was an economist, I would disagree with those numbers. I think we're going to have more inflation than that, but I'm not an economist. My point is that I'm not sure we know that these inflation adjustments are really where the world is at current projections. And this is old, it's 6 months old, and it may be slightly out of date, but it's the most recent. It's put out on December 18th.
And I'm gonna not call this an inflation adjustment proposal. I'm just gonna say this is our compensation increase proposal. And other comments? Tom.
A few. First, with regard to the subject of inflation, I took this to be based on at least some judgment as to what would be appropriate for an adjustment based on anticipated inflation. I'm not an economist, but I think there are probably a number of ways in which people could debate how to go about projecting inflation and how to go about making a prospective adjustment. This seems appropriate and within the range of reason, so I'm comfortable with that as the base for the motion or the recommendation. I think that's also appropriate and consistent with our statutory criteria. With regard to the addition of the proposed 1%, again, broken record, I'd like to have more information about each of these positions, but I think generally that's an appropriate and responsible addition. And I also think that's consistent with our statutory criteria. And lastly, I think it's consistent with the spirit of compromising and trying to reach an appropriate middle ground. The only additional thing I would ask is for clarification that I understand this to be an across the board recommendation or motion as to all the positions. But I also understand there was some discussion earlier that if this motion passes, there would be an opportunity for members to perhaps move further to reassess particular positions on this list. Is that accurate?
Members, after we fail to adopt this motion, whenever we adopt a plenary motion that applies to every one of the agencies, I'm going to at least open the discussion whether we want to break out any particular position and have a separate recommendation on that. So that would be after we do this motion, Gloria.
Motion is open presently. Could we procedurally save the vote on the, I'll say disputed, agency salaries, the ones that will be, could we vote on everything but those?
On the, so your motion is to amend the motion to remove the executive director of cannabis management, commissioner of children, youth and families, chief executive officer of direct care and treatment, and director of the Office of Emergency Medical Services. So that is an amendment to the motion. Discussion?
I would say that.
We have a second to that. Seeing no discussion, all in should we take a roll on this or all? Yeah, roll call. Go ahead.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Jim Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce. Kelly.
Aye.
Nancy Conley,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Aye.
Gloria Myrie.
Aye.
Amber Nacby,
Aye.
Jim Robbins.
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout.
Aye.
Motion passes. The amended motion is to adopt the new seller recommendations of 3.9% in the first year and 4% in the second year. And for all the listed agency heads in the spreadsheet, with the exception of the 4 that we already have mentioned.
Call the motion.
We're gonna now take the vote.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce,
Aye.
Nancy Conley,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Aye.
Gloria Myrie. Aye. Amber Nacby,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout.
Aye.
Aye.
The motion is adopted.
I just want to make sure, so we're at 3.9 and 4.0, is that correct?
We're at 3.9 as of 7/1/2025 and additional 4% at 7/1/2026. I'm gonna suggest a 5-minute break and then I'll chat with Gloria about how, and if anyone has a preference of whether we do all 4 at once or do each one at a time. So let's take a 5-minute break, hit the bathroom and be back in 5. We are in recess. We are going to reconvene now, so the council is back in session. We have 4 positions that we need to set a salary for. And we're gonna go through these one at a time. I want to be very sensitive to the status of the incumbent in each of the 4 positions, so I'm gonna clarify that when we take up the position. So we're gonna start with the Director of the Office of Emergency Medical Services. No, sorry, no, we're not. We're gonna start with the Chief Executive Officer of Direct Care and Treatment. There is no department. It has not been created yet, and so there is no Chief Executive Officer of Direct Care and Treatment. We would be establishing a salary person that would be appointed by the new board and commence at that salary. And there is a person within the division at DHS who's handling these duties and responsibilities. But that person would have to apply for this new CEO position if they wanted to have it, as could anybody who's qualified. So I'm open to any discussion or motions regarding the CEO of Direct Care and Treatment.
Just a question, do we have information as to how the current salary was set? And who set it?
If I could clarify, the current salary that's on the spreadsheet was a plug number based on direction from the chair just to fill in the
Oh.
blanks.
Okay.
So there is not yet a salary.
So there's is the job posted, or I don't know what the right word is. Is there some description that is soliciting applications that for that compensation?
I'm not aware of a position of a job posting, and I don't know that they would post a job because many of these positions are appointed by the board.
Thank you.
Discussion about setting that salary. I think the plug number probably came from discussions with Nick and I based on at least some impression that this is a major, complex and staff intense organization that's being established here, so that the salary should be arbitrarily, I guess, I tied it to the current salary of the Commissioner of Human Services. Go ahead, Jim.
I think we should talk more about what's left in human services. I'm confused by the pay chart showing a 22% increase for. I realize when you're pulling stuff out, there's extra work. I get that, but the staffing is what, 40% or a third of what it was. Most of it is in the direct care and treatment realm, and those are areas of extreme specialty. I'm not saying that the rest of human services isn't, but these are the most troubled, difficult clients that, basically let's face it, the mainstreaming of folks has not been a total success in society. So they're going to be coming back in to these. There'll be more of them coming into direct care treatment. The problem is bigger than it used to be. So to me, this seems not an area of my expertise. I don't know who here has that, but I'm thinking it's significantly more of a dynamic and challenging area than the rest of human services, but that's my passing impression.
And the data we've got is that this new CEO of Direct Care and Treatment will have 5,527 employees, and the remaining Department of Human Services will have 1,956 employees. So both are large number of employees for state agencies, but you can see that there's a a relative difference in numbers. Tom?
And my notes, just to follow up on that, subject to correction. The general counsel said that they would be serving 12,000 plus individuals at a budget of 775 million. I appreciate the the plug number from Nick and from the chair and the experience that you have. So I'm inclined to support that as an appropriate number for discussion.
And then we would apply the changes in option C with an additional 1% to that base number going forward, if that was the will of the council. Discussion.
I would move to adopt the proposed salary of $187,000 per year plus the 1% increase.
Plus the, what we're calling the 3%, the inflationary increase plus 1%.
Yeah.
2.9 and 3 plus 1 plus 1.
I second.
We have a motion and seconded discussion.
Just point of clarification, did you mean 187,000?
Yes. That would be the base, and then the new raises on top of it would be adopted as well today.
Friendly.
Don't leave that dollar on the side. I once made $1.10 more per pay period than a person hired the same day as me, and it took me 4 years to get that reversed because they tortured me every time I got paid. So, we're gonna take a roll on that motion.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce,
Aye.
Nancy Conley,
Aye.
Evan Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Aye.
Lori Myrie. Aye. Bernacki,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Jim Stout.
Aye.
9.
Motion passes. Next up, we're gonna consider the Commissioner of Children, Youth and Families. The base plug number was set at $187,001. Which I believe there is a statute establishing that number, so it's not an arbitrary chair decision this time. It's a tied to statute number this time. So open for discussion or motions.
I guess it would just be clarification, so can you overrule the statute for that number?
It's just an initial until the compensation.
That was the statute's plug number until we meet and discuss. And yeah, the employee counts. We could have 939 employees here at the new. See. And education is 559. So this has 939, education has 559. Education is set at 189.88, and this new department is set at 187,001 by statute. And so clearly this has been slotted in, at least initially by statute, at one level higher than the Department of Education. As a comparative. Discussion.
Discussion, I move to adopt that number.
A motion, do we have a second to adopt the base number for children?
A question before I second, including then the option C addition that we have done that we did with the other.
That's how I understood the last one to be, so I would say yes.
I would make a second.
Motion, which has been seconded, is to adopt the base number for the Commissioner of Children, Youth and Families at $187,001 and include the attendant increases that we have been using. Discussion?
I just in looking at the materials, I don't recall that we received a presentation on this, but if I did, I'm blanking on it, but the materials in reviewing them demonstrate that this is a very significant department and the commissioners' responsibilities are going to be very extensive. So that seems certainly appropriate. The motion certainly seems appropriate under our statutory criteria. So I would plan to vote in favor.
Clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce,
Aye.
Nancy Conley,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Aye.
Lori Myrie,
Aye.
Bernacki,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
David Stutzman,
Aye.
Tim Stout.
Aye.
18 yes, 9.
Motion is carried. We're next going to talk about the Director of the Office of Emergency Medical Services. I have confirmed that as of January 1, we do have a director of this office, and their salary is the $139,917 listed. Discussion or motions?
Move that we adopt that we accept the base salary as currently being paid and adopt the 3.9 and 4% increases in 2025.
Motion made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion,
Just
Tom?
again, just we did not receive a presentation on this, but we do have materials, and those materials I think justify the proposed recommendation reflected in the motion. So I would intend to vote in favor.
Clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Brinkman, Kelly Commerce,
Aye.
Nancy Conley,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Aye.
Laura Myrie,
Aye.
Amber Nocte,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
David Senseman,
Aye.
Tim Stout.
Aye.
8 yes.
Motion is carried. The remaining open position is the Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Management. There is a current incumbent, and they do make $190,008 per year. Discussion, motions.
Actually, interim director.
There's an interim director. And that is the salary of the interim director. And we do have authority to set this up. Discussion?
We I don't know that we have any materials on this position. There's been presentation and no submission. Are we able to get a description of the position and the responsibilities? And I'm certain that I'm not more current on current affairs, but
We do have the budget number, and this off of the 25th highest budget. Yes. From our
Are there other agencies just above and just below it?
According to this, this above is the commissioner of Lakeford Industry with a current salary of $174,933, and a budget that is at least 3 times as big. Please don't hear me as saying that budget equals complexity. I'm saying that, I'm just reading. And then the one immediately below it is the lottery, and that one is salary is set at 146.5, with a budget that is half the size of cannabis.
Roger, question.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members, I think it's rather strange that we give the highest salary in the state for the state agencies to the cannabis management. It seems to me we should put it down at the level of the highest maybe, but when we have Department of Revenue, Department of Transportation, major areas of the state's functions that are earning less than the cannabis management, it troubles me.
I don't have a recommendation, but it seems the logic could be setting it at the equivalent of the Commissioner of Human Services at 187,001, or the equivalent of, for example, Pollution Control Agency at 189,888, or at the level of the Department of Labor and Industry at 174,933, or leave it where it is, Devon.
Something to keep in mind about the Office of Cannabis Management, to your point earlier, Mr. Chair, is this office is tasked with creating a regime or taking a statutory regime and making it real of something that was before a crime and is now legal. And that's complex. I don't think it's our job to take into account the failure up to this point of actually doing that, but it clearly is a complex task in that it has been a failure up to this point. And you made the point earlier that it may be that we are currently setting a high salary in an attempt to draw in someone equal to that difficult task, but then maybe that salary would be lowered in the future. That's difficult. It's not our job. We're not going to do that, or some of us may, some of us may not. But I do just want to acknowledge, though the budget is less than some of our larger agencies, the task is very complex. It's a wholesale. I can't think of another example of taking something that was the use of which was a crime and is now legal in my lifetime. And so prohibition is probably the closest thing we have. So I just want to acknowledge that difficulty. I don't know what the right salary for that is, but I want to acknowledge that difficulty.
Remember?
And as much as I agree with David, I would say this to me sounds and maybe behaves more like gambling board and lottery than it does transportation. I understand the legal complexity, but I always balance that with, how many people would want this job. And I think a lot of people would want this job. This is my opinion. So I would go somewhere in between.
Is there a hand to my left? I missed it. Tim?
All right, so indeed, originally, I don't recall for sure, I believe it was ag for the gambling control board, it might have been the state lottery. As an original effort, and if you look at just as recently as 2023, the range was 105,800 to 151,500. Now, whatever happened internally within the administration, the decision was made to bring it up to 190,000. Somewhere along the line, there was a permanent hiree. That's where the failure happened, not in how OCM has been administered. It's been very successful considering, frankly, the legislative hurdles that were placed in front of it. this is a really complicated situation. But you do have to get it perfect. If we're going to make a $10,000 mistake, it's not a big deal. If we hire someone who is not qualified, it's going to be way more than a $10,000 mistake. I will vigorously oppose any effort to lower this. We need to understand this better. We don't.
Next up, we have Janice, followed by Gloria.
I agree with what he just said. This is the most recently evaluated position that we have on this list. And the reason that it is above all of the other commission positions is likely because the other ones had been held back. If this one was decided on and developed, and I'm sure that it was using the Hay points, that complexity is already built into where they place the salary initially.
Gloria?
So we have no Hay points on this one. They weren't given to us. It wasn't assessed. And so I'm sorry, but to say that this is any more complex than any of the other agencies that are being managed under the state of Minnesota is, to me, offensive to those other agencies and the complexities that they have. I feel very strongly that the headline here cannot read that we value the Office of Cannabis Management leadership greater than any of these other agencies. So at the very least, we need to get them in line. That's my very strong.
Take some brief testimony on how the salary was set, if you're able to.
Sure, Dory Leland, Director for Compensation. The salary for the Office of Cannabis Management, when it was initially set up, was by statute to be tied to what was then the Group 2 commissioner. So we had those 3 different levels. And so we didn't do a Hay evaluation because statute told us we needed to tie it to Group 2, which includes corrections, deed, whatever that second level was. But it wasn't assigned to be within the council's jurisdiction until after that. And so we established it in the managerial plan, which is those increases all along. And that's the reason why the current salary is higher than the other agency heads. It's because when it was initially established, it wasn't subject to the keep the salary flat language for other agency heads. It was because it was established in the managerial plan, which gets the increases as everything else. And there was not a Hay evaluation done. There wasn't a need for one because statute told us the salary that we needed.
Devin?
That's helpful, thank you. I take Jim's point about if we're gonna make a $10,000 mistake, it could be deleterious. But I also think that I also take very seriously Gloria's point about the appearance of setting this one agency above all others. And so I think there's a possibility to make a $10,000 mistake, but I also think if I'm applying for a job, and again, this is difficult. These commissioners people aren't really applying. I mean, they are and they aren't. It's different. But the difference of $3,000, if we set it at $187 and $1, I mean, that's essentially nothing in terms of the setting of a salary. But even I think at the 174 and 933 level, that is effectively, it would be different than setting it at 150,000. I think something like the 174 or 187 are functionally the same salary. And it avoids the situation of that Gloria, and maybe I misheard you, but the signaling that happens by setting this one salary above all others.
Just musing out loud, but it's possible for us to set a salary beyond the scope of our council. I think statute would allow us to set a lower salary at a date in the future, like July 1, 2027. That would be subject to the next council overruling it. But that is a way to say, okay, you've got a transitionary job and a person who took it at 190,000, but at a date in the future, we think it has to be normed to a lower level. Tim,
I agree with Devin and Gloria's comments. I just think the optics alone, I'm not comfortable with being the highest pay.
let's say, sorry, I didn't hear that.
I was just saying I agreed with Devin and Gloria, just the optics alone being the highest paid. So that's
Okay, Tom.
Well, I appreciate this discussion, given that I'm not as familiar with what the job holder would be responsible for. I generally understand the complexity or the discussion about the complexities and the challenges. I also, just in looking at the papers, I know it's a fluid situation. There's a lot going on, and there's a lot of promise to what can happen if it's done correctly. On the other hand, I very much appreciate the testimony, and if I understand correctly, it was the legislature who tied the position to group 2. Is that correct? So we at least have input from what the legislators' policy judgment was as to what would be an appropriate salary. So I'm, given all the discussion and all the elements and including the statutory criteria, I would be more comfortable with something at the deed or the corrections range, which I understand to be currently $180,988, which would be, of course, roughly $10,000 less than what is currently suggested or set forth. I appreciate Jim's comments, and I don't want to be dumb, $10,000 mistake and so forth, but I would come out at the 180,000 number.
If we take what we've already done to all the other agency heads, and we norm this position at, for example, where a deed is, then that the deed commissioner will be getting a raise that will take that person to 188 on July 1, 2025, and then to take that person to 194 in 2026. So one approach would be to say, let's take the person to, let's keep the person at 190, but raise them to 194, just pick the numbers and not the percentages in July 126, so that they're making, by July 126, they're making what deed is making.
That was gonna be my original comment. I was gonna move to set it the same as deed.
But would you allow the first year to stay at 190, so there's not a pay cut? Second year to stay at 194, or would you like to cut it all the way down?
I would do exactly how we've done with others, set it the same as deed.
Sorry, is that a motion?
It is.
Second?
I would second, just so I understand. So it's the deed 180,988 that will then be subject to the increases we've discussed for the other agent heads. With that understanding, I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Devin had his hand up.
So sorry, it felt like you were in the process of making a motion and now things have changed. So that would effectively cut this person's salary through 2027, and then they would jump back up to above where they were in 2027. I'm sorry, in 2026.
So why don't you read the salaries this person would have if they were set at the deed level?
Yeah,
Acknowledging that this
so-
starts July 1.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair and members, if you were to set the base at the current salary of the deed commissioner and then apply a 3.9% increase effective July 1st, 2025, the salary at that time would be $188,047. And then apply a 4% increase on July 1st, 2026. The salary at that time would be $195,568.
So the answer to my question is that starting July 1, this person would have a $2,000 a year decrease in their pay until next year, when they would have then up to 195, which would be $5,000 more than they will be making through July 1st of this year.
And then they would be tied to the other commissioners.
Jim.
Jim and then Deb.
You can be sure I'm going to vote against that motion. I would vote for a motion that would put the same methodology, how you stated it, for the higher level of commissioners. I'm talking about public safety and natural resources. So that would be the 187, not the 180. I would be fine with supporting that.
So I'm a very simple person most days. I'm not very smart. I like to take much complexity out of things as possible. Dropping and raising seems complex to me. I can take a combination of Jim's suggestion and the motion, knowing that the complexity lies in the early years of setting up this agency. Also taking into effect that the legislature by statute said kind of group 2. Would it make more sense to July 1, bring them down to group 1 levels, and then the following year, July 1, bring them down to group 2, which was kind of where it was directed by statute.
Under that proposal, in July 1, 2025, the person would make 197,616. Or no, sorry, 194,619.
195.
And then they would make 195,516. So they would get a raise to 194. And then they would get a small raise of 1,000 more.
And certainly support that.
So is that a motion to amend the? Okay. We have a motion to amend the current motion. The motion to amend would change so that the person would make essentially $194,000 as of July 1. And then make essentially 195 as of July 126. If that,
And Mr. Chair, that person would not, that would mean that that person, that agency head would not be making more than anyone in group 1 as of July 1st, 2020.
July 1st, 2026 or 25, they would be making what a tier 1 commissioner makes. As of July 1, 2026, they'd be making what a tier 2 commissioner makes. So essentially, we're stepping the person's salary down without actually cutting their numerical dollar amount. Discussion on the amendment to the motion.
One comment.
Jim and Amber?
We don't have the levels anymore. They were removed in 2023. You need to be aware of that. I'm fine with doing this, but eventually this council is going to need to do things one by one independently, because that's what we're charged to do in Franklin. So just keep that in mind. We can't, it's an artificial thing that we are instituting based on previous law.
And I think the kind of data we would need to do that would include descriptions of the agencies, descriptions of their statutory duties, a lot more data on each individual agency. And that secondly, we need time, because that we're talking about several weeks and weeks of analysis and testimony. But this is what we have in front of us. Amber, followed by Tom.
I was just gonna make a comment. It's demotivating an individual to know that they're not going to get the raise that everybody else is getting, and that. So I just don't. As a practical matter, I don't agree with that. So I would leave it at that. I would stick to let's keep it less complex. Tie it to maybe commerce or D, which has a similar function of establishing practices, business practices, encouraging businesses, growth of the business, collecting revenue. I mean, these are all things that this individual will be doing, no different than other industries. And that's what these commissioners are designed to do. So that'd be my argument.
I agree with Amber's comments. I actually think the motion without the amendment is simpler and more straightforward. I see this as a vacuum of information, a recognition that it's complicated, but a difficult assessment as to how more complicated or less complicated and so forth as compared to the other agency heads. The one information point that I have that's guiding me is what the legislature expressed when they indicated that this should be assigned to the group 2 level. And that's what I think the motion embodies. So I would intend to vote against the proposed amendment to the pending motion.
Gloria?
That someone wouldn't, the person in the position must already know that they're being paid more than other agency heads. They must anticipate that at some point that this is going to get rate setted. I would have to think. And so it's not going to be coming out of nowhere that we make an adjustment.
Clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Chair McCormick,
Pass.
Vice Chair Ask. Tom Boyd,
Nay.
Janice Brandt,
Nay.
Tim Brinkman, Kelly Commerce,
No. Nay.
Nancy Conley,
No.
Kevin Driscoll,
Pass.
Roger Josephson,
I have a question on what is the amendment? Or what are we voting on? Which of these proposals?
Michelle will repeat the amendment.
And I-
Mr.
and I
Chair
think
and members, the vote is on the amendment to the initial motion. So the amended motion would be that the salary for the Commissioner of Cannabis Management be set at $194,916,000 on July 1st, 2025. And then be adjusted to be set, which is the current highest commissioner salary. And then be adjusted to $195,568 on July 1st, 2026.
Why is
Mr.
that
Chair,
not the
just-
4.9?
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, it'd be 194, 294.
Oh, sorry.
We're gonna continue the roll call.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan, Gloria Myrie,
Nay.
Amber Nakvi,
Nay.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Nay.
Tim Stout,
Nay.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
I need to abstain for reasons not related to the proposal for this vote, but I'm abstaining.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Six aye, 8 no, 1 abstention.
7 ayes, 8 noes, the motion fails. We're back to the underlying motion. Can that be described for the group?
The underlying motion would be to establish the base salary for the commissioner at the same level as the base salary of the deed commissioner, which would, and then adjust for the 3.9% increase on July 1st, and the 4% increase on July 1st, 2026, resulting in a salary of $188,047 on July 1st, 2025, and $195,568 on July 1st, 2026.
Clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
Abstain.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Janice, could you repeat, please? Sorry.
Janice, can you repeat your vote? Tim Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce,
Aye.
Nancy Conley,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Pass.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan, Gloria Myrie,
Aye.
Amber Nakvi,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Nay.
David Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll.
Aye.
13 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
Passes. About to have a lunch break. I'm gonna propose that it be 30 minutes and that we return at 12:15. And then at 12:15, sorry, we would begin on the judicial salaries. And we'll begin with a simple description of the three options as we've laid out. After we set judicial salaries, we will be moving to the constitutional officer salaries, excluding the governor. And then we'll be moving to the governor's salary. And then we'll be moving to the language on reform. So,
Chair, I know a couple members who are gonna be coming, who are online, who are gonna be coming in, I think over the lunch break.
okay,
So I wonder if we could do 45 so that they,
I'm happy to do 45 minutes. We will return in 45 minutes at 12:30 p.m. We are in recess. The Compensation Council is reconvening. This afternoon, we're now recording, we're right in order. This afternoon, we're gonna move through judicial salaries, constitutional officers, some instructions to staff for preparing reports, and governor's salary in that order. So I've turned to the spreadsheet. Ignore the top half of the spreadsheet about constitutional officers right now and focus on the judges portion of the spreadsheet. Walk us through.
Mr. Chair, members, you'll see on the spreadsheet with constitutional officers and judicial officers, we have prepared 3 different options with the chair. Option A takes into account the recommendation from the judicial administration, which is 6% in 2025 and 6% again in 2026. Option B uses the percentages that were in those labor across the board from M&B, which was 5.5% and 4.5%. And then option C was, again, just inflation adjustment.
So are there discussions?
Mr. Chair, I'll additionally note, it arrived too late to be on the spreadsheet. We did also receive recommendations from the Judicial Selection Committee that the council requested, and that should be in your packet at the end of today's materials.
Yes.
Could I ask for further background in terms of the current salary? 2023 reflecting an increase of 8% and 2024 of 4%. I can't recall, but it's my general understanding that that was the legislature's either modification or rejection and adoption of or rejection of what this commission had previously proposed for that period of time, but it was not a complete adoption. Instead, it was a partial adoption. Is that?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. The council recommended a 9% in 2023 and a 6% in 2024, and the legislature did 8% and 4%.
And legally, the Compensation Council is under judicial salaries we recommend, and the legislature decides, and governor. So.
And then just to state, given my poor math, I hope it's the obvious, but that the legislature's decision averages to 66% increase per year for the 2-year period. And 6% is what the Judicial Council has recommended.
Go ahead, Devin.
Make a motion that the council adopt the 6% and 6% decrease in the 2 years of the biennium.
Second.
And it's seconded. Discussion to the motion. Gloria.
I presented a question to Nick over the lunch hour that I just would like him to share with the group. The question is whether we could condition implementation of constitutional officer salaries if adjustments if we pass those on the legislature implementing our recommendations on the judicial officer salary adjustments. And so I don't know if Nick, are you willing to share that?
Nick and I talked about that, and Nick talked to some of the, I'm part of the staff, and I can give you the general legislative staff answer to this, which is it's very unwise because it puts the chairs of the committees in a position of being leveraged politically, where if you do this, then we'll do that, which is a political motion. And I could craft a statement that was subjunctive, and if a group wants to do that, we could work on that language. It almost always flies back in your face because it steps on the legislative prerogative. So this group was assigned authority in certain cases to establish or set salaries, and in other cases to advise the legislature for salaries. And if we mix the two in a recommendation saying we will give you A, but only if you do a legislative pathway that we choose, then that's seen not as a technical or a compensation council recommendation, but as a political, almost a lobbying statement on behalf of the compensation council to try to leverage the legislature and the governor to do things our way. So unwise, often flies back in our face. We can probably craft it if you want to and discuss it, but that is the answer we got from upstairs. And then I'm not surprised by that answer.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we agree that the statute perhaps does not prohibit such an action, but we will schedule it.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair first.
Okay, thank you. I just had a question. Did we, I think we had asked for some additional information from the folks who recommend judges. Did they provide anything additional or answers?
Nick, can you describe
maybe-
what we got?
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair members, right before, after you will have 5 pages that are, have black charts. on
Oh,
the
thank
back,
you.
And a document titled supplemental information to the compensation policy March 2025. And that is 3 pages from Aaron Sinberg Porter, Chair of the Commission on Judicial Selection. It includes proposed salaries for Minnesota judicial branch judges, which for a district court judge, 200,000, Court of Appeals judge, 225, Supreme Court Associate Justice, 250, and Supreme Court Chief Justice, 277.
Thank you.
Thank you. I support the motion for a number of reasons, and taking up the supplemental information from the Merit Selection Commission. I think the proposal of 6% and 6% is in line. It's not exactly down to the penny, but it's in line with what the Merit Selection Commission is recommending. And they're, as this commission knows, they're the body who receives and reviews applications for judicial service and vets those individuals and makes recommendations to the governor for appointments. It's a competitive and a qualitative process. It's done, I think, extraordinary things to improve the quality of our judiciary in Minnesota. I moved here in 1988 and started practicing in 89. And the caliber of judicial quality in this state has gone up very dramatically because of that process. Those kinds of competitive candidates leave established practices, whether they're in private sector or in the county or so forth, and they are expected to and do make a commitment to long-term service. This is not something that's administration to administration. It's not something that they, at least in my experience, that is sought out because of financial reasons or security. In fact, it's just the opposite. They, as we all know, stand for election, so their continued service can be subject to question. They also face the same kind of economic and financial uncertainties that others do. When Mr. Sherba and the judge from Stern County presented, they described other circumstances that these judges face. They're overworked. The dockets are bursting at the seams. They're understaffed. They have insufficient resources, particularly compared to the federal system. and they have serious security issues. And I'm still struck by the judge's description of her colleague who got up in the middle of the night to let her dog out, and there was a drone hovering 10 feet from her front door. I think the proposal that the state court administration has made is very reasonable. And according to a chart we received in the meeting on March 7th, and I can't recall what the letter was, but it's the survey of judicial salaries from the National Center for State Courts. This proposal would put Minnesota in either the top, I guess I'd say the top third, the top, or it would be around 20th in terms of Supreme Court salaries, 17th for Court of Appeals, and 21st for trial courts, which I think is a very appropriate, particularly given the quality of the judiciary that we have here. So for all those reasons, and I appreciate your patience, but for all those reasons, I think this is a very appropriate and responsible recommendation, and I very much support the motion.
Any other comments? James?
I'm pretty sure I'm the only non-lawyer Supreme Court appointee. So I'm sort of a neutral observer. But I do observe closely. I want to emphasize, and I think it was in materials we received, that we have not expanded the number of district court, or well, at any level, district court judges, or I have no idea how long, but decades. So you have a growing population, you have what has been more or less an explosion of litigation. So it's easy to say, boy, 12% over the biennium, it's actually compounded, so it's a little more even. I am very worried about where the economy is going, but I'm very proud of our judicial system. And I have no benefit to say that, but I've studied it pretty closely, and time's understating. This is a very top state judiciary, a very ethical state judiciary, which we can't necessarily count in the rest of the country. Just saying my opinion, but we need to maintain the very highest standards that we have.
Just to follow up on Jim's comments, my notes indicate that in the presentation, we were told there were only 2 new judgeships added since 2010. So only 2 in 15 years, and they're left to do all the work with the expanded population and docket.
We probably could get votes for expanding the number of district judges in this group, but that's not in our remit. Any other comments from anybody on the proposed? Then the clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask.
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt, Janice Brandt, Tim Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce,
Pass.
Nancy Conley, Kevin.
Aye.
Roger Josephson, Roger Josephson,
Aye. Sorry.
Amanda Mills. Aye. Nick Morgan, Gloria Myrie. Aye. Umber Knockby.
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman, Aye. Tim Stout. Janice Grant. Janice. Kelly Commerce.
Aye.
Janice, we can see that you're muting and unmuting, but we can't hear you.
So 13 passes.
The motion passes. Remaining to do are the constitutional officers' salaries and the governor's salary. But I have a couple motions from the chair that are in the grounds of administrative. So I have just a couple of administrative motions from the chair. Which I'm gonna ask that Thomas read because they authorized me and the vice chair to do things. So can you do those two?
Certainly. I move to authorize staff to prepare the report based on the actions taken by the council during today's meeting and include any technical changes that are necessary. The draft report shall be circulated to council members for review and comment prior to the March 26th meeting.
I second that motion.
Seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, we have to take a roll on this one. Go ahead, roll call.
Chair McCormick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ass.
Aye.
Tom Boyd.
Aye.
Janice Grant.
Aye.
Tim Brinson. Kelly Commerce.
Aye.
Devin Driscoll.
Aye.
Andrew Josephson.
Aye.
Amanda Mills. Aye. Gloria Myrie.
Aye.
Amber Nackby.
Aye.
Tim Robbins.
Aye.
David Sensman.
Aye.
Tim Stout.
Aye.
Motion prevails. Next motion.
I move to authorize the chair and vice chair to approve and work with staff to submit the final report.
I second that.
Chair McCormick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ass. Tom Boyd.
Aye.
Janice Grant.
Aye.
Tim Brinkman. Kelly Commerce.
Aye, sorry.
Devin Driscoll.
Aye.
Andrew Josephson.
Aye.
Amanda Mills. Aye. Gloria Myrie. Aye. Amber Nackby.
Aye.
Tim Robbins.
Aye.
David Sensman.
Aye.
Tim Stout.
Aye.
The motion prevails. And that last one is right here. Yeah.
I move to authorize staff to prepare and the chair and vice chair to approve the meeting minutes from today's meeting.
Second.
Clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ass.
Aye.
Tom Boyd.
Aye.
Janice Grant.
Aye.
Tim Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce.
Aye.
Devin Driscoll.
Aye.
Andrew Josephson.
Aye.
Amanda Mills. Aye. Gloria Myrie. Aye. Amber Nackby.
Aye.
Tim Robbins.
Pass. One clarification.
David Sensman.
Aye.
Tim Stout.
Aye. So I'm just unclear as to if that's in case we don't meet on the 26th.
Or in case we don't have a quorum.
Oh, right, of course. Aye.
14 aye.
The motion prevails. I'm keeping the staff happy. Don't need to cut me anymore. We're now moving to constitutional officers, except for the governor. We can discuss certain members may want to discuss the governor light of these other positions. And I'm gonna have Nick explain the options.
Mr. Chair, members, we similarly have three options prepared today. The first option was the across the board raises from NMB staff of 5.5 and 4.5 that they saw in the last millennium. Option B as a proposal that Chair McCormick drafted of $220,000 for the governor, $170,000 for the attorney general, the state auditor, and the secretary of state, and $160,000 for the lieutenant governor. And then option C was just inflation adjustments of 2.9% and 3%. Additionally, I will note that members of the council requested a nationwide comparison of constitutional officer across the state, and so I, along with other staff, have prepared that. That should be in your packet.
Devin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for putting together the proposal, the option B proposal. I was considering putting together a proposal to offer to my colleagues, and this more or less, not to the penny, but we were in very similar places for option B. I am of the opinion, as some members have said, thinking about philosophically how we do our work is important. And for me, I believed 2 years ago, and I believe now, that we are dramatically underpaying our executive officers, our 5 executive officers. But I also recognize it's difficult to find something to peg it to. So something that I looked to was both as reported by the census, the median average household income for Minnesota in 2024, and the average household income in Minnesota for 2024, which are respectively, again, this is the census, data. The median income in 2024, household income in Minnesota, was $87,556. The average income was $115,861. And the proposals, using the governor as the peg, because the others are slightly less than the governor, using the governor as the peg on the chair's proposal, the governor's salary would be 2.51 times higher than the median income, or 1.9 times higher than the average income. That strikes me as reasonable for the chief executive of our state. And then pegging the other, I know there has historically been a 95, 75, 65, or something like that step down from the governor for the other state executive officers. I don't think we need to be that exact, but I do think that the step downs that are proposed in option B are appropriate down from the governor. I anticipate that some might say these percentage increases are large. That is always going to be the reason they're large is we have been historically underpaying these folks. There's no question that people run for public office as a public service, and they're not looking to get rich from the job. But that also doesn't mean that we don't have an obligation as the residents of Minnesota to adequately compensate. It's not fairly, it's not in line with the public or private sector, but to adequately compensate them for that job. And the reason that matters is the compensation affects who is able to seek these jobs. And limiting who can financially afford public service limits our choices as Minnesotans for those jobs. That's why I am in strong favor of this proposal, and I'm grateful for the time you spent putting it together, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yep. I also want to express my appreciation to Mr. McCormick, whom I have very strong agreement with the particularly on the first 2 lines, the governor. It's up to me, I would put the attorney general at 98% of the governor, governor now will finally be living in a habitable, maybe. That his driver is car limo. And he has already basically said, I'm fine with the 2016 salary. So during his term, I think he should have what is authorized currently. I doubt he'll even take 149, but that's fine. As of January 4th of 2027, I'd like a substantial increase. I don't know if I'm comfortable with when we can debate that. But give the office the increase they want, but we are going to get a press release simply saying we're not accepting salary that you said. That's what's going to happen. It's what happened 2 years. As for the Attorney General, I just mentioned that over the weekend I went to a large memorial event and ran into the person that if the current AG left, person I would really like to see in position based on that person's experience. And they just said, there's no way I would take that salary. Person got a good bump. Tell you exactly how much. This last year, I have a friend from Sky High, 13.5%. And a lot of AGs got a substantial, county attorneys got substantial increases. But basically, the person said, I drive a 2012 car. It's not like I'm well off, but they're compensated well higher than the Attorney General. I would like to see competitive Attorney General races. Who are competently capable of running for Attorney General. I believe we were told 71 attorneys in that Attorney General's office or staff. I forgot which, but if we are compensating based on what the internal structure is and what kind of authority the Attorney General has with so much staff at a higher salary, it's a problem. We've been very fortunate, in my opinion, we've had good Attorney General. I don't know that that'll be.
More comments?
I would make a motion that council adopt the option B McCormick proposal as to the statewide officers other than the governor, recognizing we need to handle that separately. As proposed in the materials. I would also note that a member of Congress makes $174,000 a year.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion seconded.
Mr.
Further
Chair.
comment?
I'm wondering, could you speak to your methodology for coming to those numbers, and especially the idea of making them the same?
Well, first of all, I always discount any current office holder who holds one of these positions. By definition, they were willing to run at the lower salary. And so they're in a camp of people whose life choices in life and career choices are balanced at a lower salary, and they're willing to do it. And I worry about the people who look at the lower salary and say, I can't do that. A 35-year-old person of a diverse background who has people to support in their life, and the money does matter, and this may be the the best job they ever have. It doesn't leverage for everybody when you get a job like this, or a person who this is the last job, the peak of their career, but they have kids in college or financially they need to turn the corner just a little bit. And those folks are going to opt out if we let our salaries go too low. Someone suggested to me we should just cut all their salaries to $45,000 a year and make this a voluntary position. That's one way to govern a state. And then you get a certain kind of candidate, people who treat this money as completely irrelevant. So there is a filtering by how much you pay people. So that was this philosophical starting point. I understand the arguments for paying the Attorney General more than the other two constitutional officers. And I don't find them persuasive, but I don't find them not persuasive. I'm on the knife edge of that decision. So I decided to bring in the lower number there. And I thought, well, these are salaries that call the question on a council. And I've tried, and I will continue to try to be a facilitator to getting to yes as we go through the day. I'll probably vote for anybody's motion that moves us forward. But I don't think this council should ignore the depth of the philosophical problem we get when we let the salaries go lower and lower and lower and lower in filtering future candidates. I always want my governor to be lucky and all these officers to be lucky and do great things because I live in Minnesota, but better people will apply with more money, are people who are in their more dire straits financially and who this money matters to. It will richen the pool of people. None of us get to select these people. The Minnesota public gets to select these people. So a broader bench of people running for offices is just to all of our good. So that's where I came in. I almost put the AG at 190. And I'd be open to that change. And I understand that there's another counter argument, which would be, no, we did some pretty good salary increases last time, and we could build on that with a smaller raise this time. And I think that that's also a legitimate move forward. I just think we need to grapple and wrestle with what we've done to the most important people in the state of Minnesota. Amber?
So just to build on that momentum, I would offer an amendment to bumping the AG to 190 and then voting on that motion.
We have an amendment to 190. Is there a second?
The second.
Seconded by Devin. Discussion.
I will just speak for my personal feelings on this. Projected $6 billion budget shortfall. These increases.
It's not the time.
Everything you're saying about the theory behind raising it and getting it to where it needs to be. This is not that moment. I also understand that in the grander scheme of the overall budget, that these may be a drop in the bucket. But the optics of 20 to 65% raises for these leaders in our state, when we have a $6 billion projected shortfall coming, I can't get there.
Further discussion. We're going to go with Tom and then Devin.
First of all, I'm a governor appointee, so I want to make it clear I'm not addressing any proposal about the governor. I know that's not part of the motion, but since that office is being referred to as a benchmark, I want to be clear that I'm not doing anything in violation of statute, and I certainly don't intend to vote on that proposal when it would be made. In looking at the materials that we've been provided, and also looking at some historical materials about who has filled these three offices in the past, the AG, the auditor, and the Secretary of State, it strikes me that these are very different offices, and particularly since we're discussing an amendment to the motion that would differentiate between the Attorney General and the other two officers. I would be more comfortable discussing them one at a time, but I don't want to make this meeting unnecessarily long. So if now would be an appropriate time, I have a few observations as to how these three offices, I think, are different. And it may argue in favor of an increase or a decrease or even treating them all the same. But I was uncomfortable with the proposal because it provided for basically the same adjustment for all three of the offices. First, with regard to the Attorney General's position, in the last half decade or so, the people who've served in that role have served long tenures. And I don't know if that's good or bad. They've largely, if not exclusively, been from one party. Again, I don't know if that's good or bad. In the recent times, the attorneys general have not come from private practice. In hearing the information from Mr. Kelly, I was struck by the fact that at least the current office, and I think prior offices, more than pay for themselves. He indicated that they have an annual budget of $40 million. And in the past 5+ years, they've brought in $1.2 billion. Some of that is the residual of tobacco money, but it's been coming in through their efforts. And that's roughly $350 million a year. Finally, to the extent that the statutory criteria says attracting good people, I'm not convinced that the salary plays a big role. I think it's more the motivation or the motives, not motives, the interests that the individual has in performing public service. I'm not saying that people who perform public service should go poor, but the salary I don't think is the driver. With regard to the Secretary of State, they've been critical. They are critical. That office is critical to business in this state in terms of business registration and UCC filings and so forth. They're also, in my opinion, critical to fair and effective elections. And I think we've had very good secretaries of state who have done that. We have had those who have typically served extended terms, but again, in my opinion, I think they've been qualified and nonpartisan. And lastly, the auditor has very important responsibilities. Their terms have been shorter in comparison to the AG and the Secretary of State, at least in recent years. Historically, they have, interestingly enough, they've been sort of a political launching pad, not in regard to every one of them, but I think Mark Dayton and Arne Carlson and others. So it's an interesting mix, and I say all these things not to advocate a particular outcome, but to point out, in my opinion, each of these three offices are very different. So for that reason, I intend to vote against the amendment to the motion as well as the motion, because I think we should have a discussion about each of these individually and not necessarily do a lockstep or even an adjustment from a lockstep. So thank you for hearing me out.
Devin?
The Minnesota Constitution creates each of these executive. Minnesota has made the decision to having multiple executive. Each of those executive offices are created equally in the Constitution, and each are elected equally in the Constitution. I don't think there's really a basis for paying them differently. Governor and lieutenant governor, I think, are somewhat different. They're, again, recognizing that's not the main part of the motion here. They're paired together, and the governor is the chief executive and has additional roles beyond the Secretary of State, auditor, and attorney general. I would also say, to the point that Gloria made earlier, this is not the time. One of the reasons that these offices are historically underpaid is because the decision of how to pay all of our elected officials was a political question for a very long time, meaning it was a decision left to the political branches. Inevitably, that becomes politically difficult. The legislature has made the determination, and in the case of the Legislative Salary Council, the Constitution was amended to take those decisions out of the political realm and give them to nonpartisan decision makers, which is us. And I don't think, if I have the honor of being appointed to this council again in 2 years, it would not be my intention, I'm speaking just for myself, to give somebody a 47, give the governor, or sorry, that's not you, it's the governor, the Secretary of State a 34% raise next year, or the next time we're voting. This is about getting us to the place we need to be competitive and to adequately remunerate public service. And now that that decision has been taken out of the political realm and given to us, there's catch-up that needs to be done. I would have no difficulty justifying that decision, even in light of the fiscal situation we find ourselves in. Because we're going to be electing, there's going to be an election, and it may not be that these folks who occupy the office now will be the ones who come in after. And so I feel very comfortable to justify that decision.
We have David, then Tom.
Thank you. I agree, I think the question, people choose these positions not for the salary, but I think largely because they're called like public service. And so the question is, how much of a financial hit should some of them have to take? Some of them is not a financial hit, but for some of them, how much should they have to? And I'm very sympathetic to what the chair explained for the reasoning behind the option B. But I also am concerned, I think, to your point, Ms. Meyer, about the optics of such dramatic increases at once, and Mr. Boyd's point about the differences. I wonder what if I suggested the idea of spreading out the increase over 2 years. We have, right now it goes up significantly in July of this year and then 0 July of next year. I wonder if that would help with at least part of the issue about the rapid increases. Is that something we considered in option B?
That can be considered.
Wonder if the council would be open to that idea.
Questions on David's point?
I'd be fair. I mean, we're a little bit of a procedurally difficult position. We have a pending amendment to the motion that would, I don't know if you're offering that as an amendment to the amendment. Or
Well,
not.
why don't I do this? Your motion is for the Attorney General,
Yes.
right? So, and just the Attorney General, which addresses your concern, I think.
Yes, it does, although it's being proposed in the context of a lockstep. So it's adjusting the Attorney General to a number relative to the others as opposed to judging.
Yeah,
this
well, we don't need to mess with the procedure,
Sure.
but I'm wondering if it's possible to split the Attorney General into 2.
I wouldn't think it's impossible, or I would think it's possible.
Amber, you made the motion.
I'm okay with that.
How about we say, Amber, that you revise the motion to bring the Attorney General to 190 in the second year and instruct staff to make 50-50. They get halfway there in 2025 and they get the full way there in 2026. But we know the end goal would be 190. This amendment is just for the Attorney General. Discussion on this amendment only.
If Amber makes that motion, I would, as the seconder, I would second that.
I would make that.
And I would second.
Discussion to that is Thomas.
With regard to the motion to amend as amended.
Yeah.
I was just looking through our documents, the chart that lists the salaries for these offices around the country. And for the Attorney General, and I don't know that I can adjust it based on the amendment to the amendment or the motion in terms of doing it over 2 years. But if it were a straight 190 today, that would put our Attorney General at 9th in the nation, besides behind Massachusetts, New York, DC, South Carolina, Connecticut, Alabama, California, and Pennsylvania. An assortment of states, but still he would be 9th out of 56
We can pay more than Alabama can.
And then
Can't be
just,
strict on the
Bring it
record.
up.
just in the context of the overarching motion, the proposal for, the auditor to receive $170,000 would put that office at 6th in the nation. And, with regard to Secretary of State, 170 would put our Secretary of State at 4th in the nation, behind Connecticut, Illinois, and Massachusetts. To me, the people who have served in these offices have done the state a great service. But I don't know that it would be appropriate to adjust their income to the point where they're all well within the top 10 in the nation.
Thank you. Tom, problem with relying on what you are quoting is we are adjusting salaries and forward. These are existing or year-old or 2-year-old. And you're gonna say, well, what does it matter? Well, I'll tell you why it matters. Hennepin County raised the county attorney 15%. Ramsey County raised the attorney 13.5%. It's a moving target. Now, the rest of the, rest of the metro was lower numbers. 7 was sort of median. Washington County 7. They're at 226, 855. They're kind of in the middle of every single county attorney in the metro is over 220. Just telling you what's going on. That's where your comparatives are. That's just the fact of the matter.
Call the question.
The motion is, and the underlying motion by moving the Attorney General's salary to $190,000 a year in 2 equal increments in July 125 and July 126. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ath.
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
They.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman, Kelly Palmers,
Nay.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
No.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Dick Morgan, Gloria Myrie,
Nay.
Amber Nakvi,
Aye.
Tim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Hensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout,
Hey.
8 ayes, 6 no.
8 ayes and 6 noes, the motion prevails. Discussion to the underlying motion, which is to set the salary AG at 190 in increments. The auditor, Secretary of State, and Lieutenant Governor salaries as well as stated.
I know I moved this originally, but given what we just did with the Attorney General, I would offer an amendment to the motion to spread the raises out over 2 years with the other offices as we've done with the Attorney General.
Why don't we just say that as the author of the motion, you would like to, well, we'll go for it. We have an amendment to a second to the amendment to spread out the others. Second to amendment, and Amber seconds. So we have an amendment and a seconded amendment. The intent is clear. The raises of 170 for the auditor, 170 for the Secretary of State, and 160 for the Lieutenant Governor would also be equally divided between 7/125 and 7/126. Yeah.
Just so I understand correctly, we would be not voting on splitting only. We are voting on these actual.
Right now, we're voting on splitting only.
Okay,
And then we'll
make that very clear.
This
please.
is, this is just to split stated amounts, not to approve them. That will be next. All in favor of the clerk, take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Act,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Nay.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman, Kelly Powers,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Gloria Myrie,
Nay.
Amber Nagby,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout,
Motion prevails. And just to be clear for the record, that last vote was not a vote on the adoption of the plan. It was just a technical amendment to, and how we allocate those raises.
What were the numbers?
And so I'm gonna have, the numbers read out, but we're going to, if this motion, the next motion prevails, we'll be raising the salaries of the Attorney General to 190,000 over 2-year increments. The auditor to 170,000, Secretary of State to 170,000, Lieutenant Governor to 160,000. You have the numbers and breaking those down per year, or?
Yep, yes.
Nick, why don't you read them off for each of the officials?
Mr. Chair, members, we're still calculating for the lieutenant governor. But and these are approximations. We'll have to run some
The rounding error.
amount.
We know that.
So it would be approximately 165 for the attorney general in 25, and then 190 in 26. For the auditor, 148 and then 170. For the secretary of state, 148 and then 170. And if you'll give us a moment, we'll figure out the lieutenant governor as well.
Discussions to this motion. Yeah.
I want to be very careful of this. I am thinking about the duties of the particular offices and not the people in those offices. I do not believe, given the responsibilities of the lieutenant governor, that it's appropriate to put that salary. I'm just going to refer to 26. It's whatever the increment is, let's just say the
Potential amount.
eventual amount. I'm not going to move an amount, but it should not be 160. 2 years ago, very appropriately, the council put the Secretary of State together with the auditor in terms of pay. Looking it over, that's appropriate for now, but let's be very clear here over the history of state auditor. The obligation to the counties to audit was removed. The amount of staffing at the audit was significantly lower. The auditor should not be confused with the legislative auditor. I won't get into it. That's an appointed position. It's very murky how auditors across the country are, what their duties are. So that's a very hard thing to look at. But over the course of time, since the days of Barney Carlson and Dayton, in that period, we ended up with a unit, sort of a standardized accounting system. And so what the significance of that office is now is nothing like what it was half a century. So this 170 to me on the two of them is a pretty steep increase given the economic situation we're going to be facing. So I am going to vote against this, even though I do support where we put the Attorney General's office. I just wanted to explain why I'm voting against.
Other comments?
Do we have the lieutenant governor's prorated salary for 25?
Mr. Chair, members, approximately 124,000.
No question.
Have the motion to approve the revised and amended plan for 4 constitutional officers. Clerk will take a roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
No.
Tom Boyd,
Hey,
Janet Grant,
No.
Tim Brinkman.
Nay.
Kelly Commerce,
No.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
No.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Nay.
Gloria Myrie,
Nay.
Amber Knockby,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Nay.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout.
No.
Motion
5 yes, 10 no.
does not prevail. I'm open to further discussion. Amber.
I think it would make more sense to split them up and go quick. Because it seems to me like there's going to be difficult to create a consensus between if we're doing the
Absolutely.
high end and the low end with the lieutenant governor. So I would stick with my proposal and ask that we move the attorney general.
Motion is to set the Attorney General's salary at 190,000 increments. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion seconded, discussion.
Well, I want to say on that. I mean,
Go ahead.
we talked about splitting it up, and I think we should split them up in terms of discussion, but they are going to be related, and I would be concerned about setting something so high for the AG and not thinking about how the other increases affect that. I mean, I hear what you're doing. I appreciate it, but I would like to see a proposal for all of them at once. Let's talk about it, even if we vote on them separately.
Okay,
Not sure how that's different, but
Oh, maybe it's not. I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood you. But
I'm just saying, if we're gonna discuss them separately, maybe.
what I was hearing, I think, and I'm just gonna read Thomas, was that if we had 4 motions and we set the Attorney General at something like 190 and Secretary of State at something like 170, and then maybe the auditor and Lieutenant Governor at 140, that might be more palatable if we vote each, and that would probably fit in with the range that you think they should be at. Am I putting words in your mouth, Thomas, or am I way wrong?
there are a few words that are not in my mouth.
Go for it. Go for it.
I think the Attorney General has that office has served the state well. And the current Attorney General is serving the state well. But I understand the difference of views as to what would be appropriate benchmarks, if at all. We don't have attorney generals who go from one state to another, unlike city managers or things like that. So we have some information that tells us what other attorneys general in other states are paid. And even with the 165 to 190, that proposal would still put our attorney general within the top 14 in the country. So in terms of discussing that position with the possibility that they may influence how other proposals for other officers might be set, I would not be comfortable with the 165 to 190. I'm not opposed to an increase. And if we had the numbers just for purpose of discussion, if we were to do the inflation plus 1%, I think the Attorney General would be going up to roughly 150 to 155 over those 2 years. And that's something that consistent with what we've discussed with regard to the agency heads, I think that would be appropriate for a range to discuss with regard to the Attorney General.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have Nick calculate the inflation adjustment plus 1% numbers for all of the 5 offices that are here?
Mr. Chair,
We've
they're
got
on the
that.
screen right now.
All right, so there it is. Why don't you read them? Why don't you read them off just to, as a benchmark comparison?
Sorry, what's being read off?
We're gonna read off is if we shifted radically to the inflation plus 1% model, what would that be for, include the governor, and just read us the first and second year salaries of each of those offices.
So, Mr. Chair, members, in the first year, the governor would receive 155,382, and then the second 161,597. The attorney general 147,613, and then 153,517. The auditor 132,075, and then 137,358. The secretary of state the same 132,075 and 137,358. And the lieutenant governor 100,998 and 105,038.
Can you do those last numbers? That was too fast.
For the lieutenant governor, it would be 100,998 in the first year and 105,038 in the second. Make these even bigger.
So Amanda.
I would submit that when we are looking at this chart of the comparator salaries across the country, that to an earlier point, we consider these salaries with inflation for next year and the year after. So it's not necessarily that, the 150 would put Minnesota at a certain number in here, because these salaries will also be increasing.
Fair point.
Jim?
But all I wanted to say is we need the full discussion, and people should say what they think the relative situation should be. But now we're on to the inflation adjustment. I'll just say I think we have to do better than that overall. And I'm still very strong in favor of looking at actually bringing the attorney general somewhat higher than at least the next 2. The lieutenant governor, I'm open to debate about maybe we need to go a little higher percentage. I don't know about that, but I think the AG really is a separate situation that needs to be better.
I'm not at all troubled by the Attorney General being the 14th highest paid Attorney General in the United States, given the size of our state, the business and regulatory complexities, I have no qualms about that. I also want to remind us that what we have before us is a motion on the Attorney General and only the Attorney General. We tried voting as a slate for dissatisfaction about voting the slate. I'm confused about, I understand the idea of relative positioning, but if we don't want to vote on these as a slate, then the thing to do is vote on them individually. So I'm struggling a little bit conceptually with how we would take them one at a time, but not vote as a slate.
Thomas, and then I'm gonna call the vote.
Okay, that was my question. I thought there was a motion pending and seconded on the 190 staggered.
Okay, the motion is before us, $190,000 for the attorney general staggered. Clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ass,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Nay.
Janet Grant,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman,
Nay.
Kelly Commerce,
No.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Amanda Mills. Aye. Nick Morgan,
Nay.
Gloria Myrie.
Nay.
Amber Notby,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout,
Nay.
yes, no.
There being 9 yes, 6 no, the motion fails. The in front of us now is no motion, discussion, or is there someone would like to make a motion on any of the other positions, not including government?
Motion that we set the salary for the Secretary of State at $160,000 in the second year with the stair step across the 2 years.
Motion is to set the Secretary of State at $160,000 with a staggered increase methodology. Second? There a second to anybody? Second. Lacking a second. That motion is not addressed. Other motions in front of us.
Just a funny discussion. Can I suggest that, so to me, the lieutenant governor seems to be the stickier one of these. Maybe we take that next.
Absolutely. I'm entertaining a motion on any one of these offices.
Motion that we discuss the lieutenant governor's salary. Next. I would offer that 100,000, whatever that you had. Yeah.
Motion is to increase the lieutenant governor's salary according to the inflation +1 methodology, and resulting in what numbers for the lieutenant governor?
Mr. Chairman, members, that would be up to the council, but inflation adjusted would be 105,038.
That's with the 3.9% and the 4%.
And then,
Be 100 and 105, right? That's
okay. all
over
right,
2 years.
Okay,
Over the 2 years, so they would go to
So-
100,000 in July 1 of 25,
got it.
and roughly 105,000 in July 1 of 26. That's the motion. Is it, I can't remember. Is it seconded?
I don't think we have a second yet.
There was second for that motion. It has been seconded. Discussion.
I just want to say that's kind of. We ought to be looking at. You didn't want to damn down a ton, 65% just wasn't in the cards. This is a very minimal approach to, I mean, I am somewhat sympathetic to Fair McCormick's desire to raise, so this is certainly not outrageous.
Amber? Okay.
Mr. Chair, could you clarify, is the motion to do 100,000 and 105,000, or is it?
Motion is to use the 3.9%. Clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Ass,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt. Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman,
Aye.
Kelly Commerce,
Nay.
Devin Driscoll,
Pass.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Nay.
Nick Morgan,
Nay.
Gloria Myrie,
Aye.
Amber Nakbi,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
David Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll.
Nay.
4 nay.
10 ayes and 4 nays, the motion prevails. I'm entertaining a motion on the auditor. Discussion of the auditor position.
I make a motion to set the auditor salary in the second year at 145,000 with the 2-year stair step.
Is that motion seconded? 145,000 2 years. Seconding,
Second.
motion is seconded. Discussion. And when you're ready, Nick, why don't you tell us what the two salaries will be? Make your fingers fly.
Numbers that the council's going to agree with at this point, so that's.
So am I.
I think it's
Hallelujah.
too low, but I
Hallelujah.
haven't been able to adequately find whatever the sweet spot is, and so this is.
That's our goal, finding the sweet spot. What are the numbers, Nick?
Mr. Chair, members, based on my guessing, it would be 125,000, the first year and 145,000 the second.
And Nick, there's a technical error with that because with the auditor's current.
Oh. I don't know what's going on with my table then. Oh, so
Other makes 127 to get to 145. $18,000, roughly 9 per year, but only roughly.
Yeah. So 9, 135,
I mean,
136.
I would suggest that the first year is, so I'm confident that staff can figure out what the first year is.
Sure
and
we
the
can.
second year is ultimately.
Second year is
material.
ultimately 145, and we'll have time to correct that. So we understand the motion, which has been seconded, is to move the auditor to $145,000 a year in 2 increments. Discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I could ask, Jim, you were providing some background in terms of changes in the auditor's position relative to how things are done in the state. Could you repeat that? I thought that was helpful.
So accounting principles changed about 45 years ago. And there became a uniform accounting system, and pretty much automation took care of that. So the significance of the auditor somewhat reduced in recent decades. Then when you look at basically the dispute about 9 years ago, the legislature approved allowing counties to contract with CPs. The staffing appropriately went down considerably. And again, I don't want to be critical. Yeah, I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying that what that office does is different than it did 10 years ago because of the reduced responsibility.
Kevin?
After the legislature made that change, the auditor sued to say that the legislature had effectively abolished the office, similar to what happened with the treasurer and the Kudrowski case.
Right.
And the Supreme Court said, no, the auditor has significant responsibilities, listed those responsibilities and said, this is not like the Kudrowski case where they effectively got rid of the treasurer, and that the auditor plays a significant role as an executive. To the extent that we have any concerns about the diminution or not of that office, it's up to the people of Minnesota to amend the Constitution and abolish the office like they did with the treasurer. It is the constitutional contours of the auditor office have not changed, as the Supreme Court affirmed in the Otto case.
Just so I'm clear, just so what I'm saying is clear, I don't mean to express any disrespect for the office or its role as a constitutional function in the state. I was just trying to get a sense of the level of responsibilities, and I think that's right. The comments from both of you are very helpful. I feel better equipped to assess what I think is the significance of the Secretary of State's office. So I'm trying to think of the two in relative to one another, anticipating that that'll be the next vote, and also in appreciation for Devin trying to find the sweet spot. But the auditor just seems, in my mind, to be more on the side of inflation plus 1%. as opposed to something calling for a greater adjustment. So I'm likely to vote against the motion with the intent that if that motion doesn't prevail, that I would favor and support inflation plus 1%.
Amanda?
I note in our materials that the 2023 council voted to set the state auditor salary at the same level as the Secretary of State. And I'm wondering if someone can shed some insight on what the behind putting them on the same level.
Mr. Chair, members, that was largely to bring the Secretary of State's salary up. It was previously much lower, so they weren't equalized as much as the Secretary of State received a substantial raise.
Though it was my recollection that there was discussion that since they're both constitutional offices would see vaguely, again, not seeing a strong justification for that differential, but it was about raising one to the other, but it was that we didn't see a strong reason to have them differentiated.
Motion is before us. The auditor's positioned $145,000 a year in increments. The clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Hey.
Janice Brandt,
Nay.
Tim Brinkman,
Nay.
Kelly Commerce,
Nay.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Nay.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Nay.
Gloria Myrie,
Nay.
Amber Knockby,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout,
Nay.
Being 7 ayes and 8 noes, the motion fails. Perhaps you were going to suggest a inflation plus 1 solution? for
Yes,
this?
for the auditor's salary, I would move to set that at inflation plus 1%, which if I took the notes right from our from the engine room, I think that indicates 2005 or July 1, 2005, 132,570 and change.
132,075 and then 137,358.
So the motion is to raise the salary of the auditor July 1, 2025 by 3.9% and on July 1, 2026 by 4%. Is the motion seconded?
I'll second it.
Seconded. Discussion.
Call question.
Clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman,
Aye.
Kelly Commerce,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Pass.
Roger Josephson,
Nay.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Aye.
Gloria Myrie,
Aye.
Amber Knockby,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout, Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Motion prevails. The 13-1 Secretary of State position is before us. Discussion or a motion?
I move plus 1
No, prevail.
for Secretary of State. One
State
the same numbers. We just
motion is to do 3.9% July 1, 25 for Secretary of State, 4% July 1, 26 for Secretary of State. Is there a second?
second.
Motion is seconded. Discussion. Seeing no,
Just gonna say, I would like to see that be higher.
I would echo Amber's sentiments. I could support the motion, but I also could support something slightly higher. I've been so impressed with this commission and how it's worked, and I certainly don't want to stand in the way of what would otherwise be the will of the commission.
Make a motion to amend the proposal to raise the salary for the secretary, we're talking about Secretary of State, correct? Secretary of State, to 145 in the second year, staff to determine the mid-step in 25.
Motion to amendment the motion. Author of the amendment is incorporating the language to change the Secretary of State salary to 145,000 in 2 increments. Do I have a second to the new motion?
Second.
This has been seconded. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ass,
Aye.
Tom Boyd,
Aye.
Janice Brandt,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman, Kelly Commerce,
Aye.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Roger Josephson,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Aye.
Lori Myrie,
Nay.
Amber Nagby,
Aye.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout,
Aye.
Fortune eyes.
With 14 ayes, one other motion adopted. We have one more premise. I would notify or just remind the gubernatorial appointees that they can't vote, but I would ask them to stay because it helps to have the whole council here. If you're free to stay, that'd be great, but you are not allowed to vote. And the last item, of course, is the governor's salary. Discussion before we get into emotions. Anybody?
I
Jim?
just want to ask, this is just a question. I guess it's up to the gubernatorial appointees, but I don't see anything in the statute that prohibits them from participating in the discussion, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Mr. Chair and members, yes, that's correct. So the your appointees can participate in the conversation, but are prohibited from voting on the salary.
And Mr. Chair, I agree that that's probably the appropriate way to interpret the statute. But my own, for myself only, I would be uncomfortable participating in the conversation just because I think that might be contrary to the spirit of that portion of the statute.
And I'm comfortable with you making that determination for yourself. So discussion about the governor's salary. And if I had an editorial comment, that would be that a lot of these decisions would be great if we made them subject to the next election, as just as, but that as we've been doing all day long, we're faced with doing this in real time. And that's the task of the group. And we've got along brilliantly well so far. So thank you all for that. I really appreciate the professionalism that everyone has brought to the table here. So we have a range of suggested salaries for the governor. And Nick, would you please take a minute and go through the numbers, and then I'm going to try out on Tim.
Mr. Chair, members, we have option A, which for the governor would be those 5.5 and 4.5% increases at 157,775, 164,875. We have the initial McCormick proposal, which was 220,000. If we wanted to do a step increase, we could figure out how to split that over 2 years. And then option C, which was which was an inflation adjustment of 2.9 and 3, which would put the governor at 153,887 and 158,503. Could calculate if you wanted to add an additional 1%.
Do plus one to calculate. Discussion.
I make a motion to adopt the option B McCormick proposal, a salary for the governor of $220,000 with the 2-year stair step that we have applied to the others. So with staff to determine the stair step in the 2025 year.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Discussion. Oh, sorry,
Just
I
point of
meant.
clarification,
Go for it.
because I was online in our first meeting, can you verify who is actually the governor's appointees, so that, just out of curiosity?
So would you read off the government?
Yes, I will. So Tom Boyd, Amber Nafi, thank you.
And it's Umber, by the way. but that's
Umber,
fine.
thank
Umber,
you, I'm sorry.
thank you.
Roger
Alright.
Josephson, Janice Brandt, and then attendees who are not here are Christy Schmidt, Amanda Matchett, Ben Gerber, and Jason Reese. So there are 4 governor appointees.
Four who are here, but are not going to vote. Amanda.
I'm supporting this motion and I wanted to point to not only the governor's salary information that we have showing where we fall in line with other states, but also what we've approved for the judicial officers. And in my mind, putting the governor somewhere around the appellate court or the Supreme Court judge seems like that fits about right.
More discussion. I don't want to ignore it. Go ahead, Jim.
I just, I hope we could talk a little bit more about whether we want to raise the governor's salary during his term. I just want you to be aware that this was an area that we addressed in the ad hoc group. So that's 7 active participants, 2 monitoring, 25 years of terms of participation. And, you know, their perspective was possibly would make sense to approve an increase that took place beyond the current term and to do it accordingly. I will tell you that the Senate Finance Chair, who just because of that position objected, thought that it sort of still would be a problem no matter what. But I do think, given that the governor has said he's happy with his 2016, I know we don't want to bring personalities into it, but all that's going to happen is there's going to be a news press piece and he's going to say he's declining our amount. He can take the 149 if he wants to, that's fine.
But Jim, we were created to not take the government. That's the reason there is a compensation council. To struggle with the idea that we therefore must take the governor's opinions into account. But Devin, you had a.
Not only that, we have not taken that into consideration for any of the other office holders, all of whom are eligible to run for re-election. The governor is eligible to run for re-election. And if the legislature wanted, it could have created a statute where our recommendations would kick into effect in the next term, and it didn't do that. The structure of this is that we get to decide now. And I absolutely think we should not, that should be independent of the current office holders' actions for any of these offices.
And that's fine. I just wanted to put it out there. I'm sure everyone pretty much doesn't see it the way I do. I just wanted the discussion. And I also believe that all members should be able to vote if there's any way we can do that. And that was sort of the argument for delaying any action to the following term. But I do think a larger increase is appropriate. I'm not going to support 220. I do think the 95% that exists is there for a good reason. The governor and the AG, and that would put the appropriate amount at 200. However, whether you wanted do it all at once or phase, I don't care. That's not.
Motion is to increase the governor's salary to $20,000 a year in 2 increments. July 1/25 and July 1/6. And Amber, you have
I thought you
have a number?
meant Jim 200, not 220.
That wasn't.
Yes.
I'm not, I'm saying that if this happens to fail.
Sorry, that's the next one. 182 the first year and 220 the second is how it. Clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ass,
Aye.
Jim Brinkman.
Aye.
Kelly Commerce,
No.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Nay.
Lori Myrie,
Nay.
Jim Robbins,
Yay.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Tim Stout.
No.
See the people in pictures.
The motion is rejected. We have another motion or discussion.
I think an objective way to look at it may be that the governor be treated the same as the majority of the other legislative officers of this house.
Well, we've adopted 2 increases, inflation plus 1%. And then we've adopted 2 goal-oriented with an end number of 145 for the auditor. Sorry,
Yes, the Secretary of State.
Secretary of State. So we have to choose between, if we're gonna be constant with how we're doing other people, we would obviously have to choose. We want to set a numerical goal. Jim has suggested 200,000 and stagger our way there in 2 increments, or do we set the inflation plus 1? What do we end up with inflation plus 1 for the governor in second?
Mr. Chair, members, you would end with 155,382 the first year and 161,597 in the second.
Amanda?
I support a number rather than going off of a percentage increase. Because using the historical percentage or the percentage increases bases off of what we've historically done and looking at this chart, our governor is very low in the chart. And so I don't find a lot of value in just adding a straight on percentage to his current salary.
We made it $10,000. There's a $10,000 difference between the auditor and the Secretary of State in the second year, 135 and 145, correct?
And there is an adopted number for the Attorney General of $190,000.
So I make a motion that we set the governor's salary in the second year of $205,000 with the stair step to be determined by staff.
Motion is that the governor's salary will be raised to $205,000 in 2 increments. We have a second to that motion.
Second.
Motion is seconded. Discussion.
What, I mean, I thought Jamie had a good point that that was 95% was there for a reason. 95% for. But how do you get to 205?
The percentages don't matter to me. We haven't been using them today. So 205 is a $15,000 increase. I'm answering your question, Data. The $15,000 increase is slightly more than the increase between the Secretary of State and the auditor, which strikes me as very arbitrary. So I picked another arbitrary number of $15,000.
Just to clarify on David's point, historically, we have set a 95% for the AG versus the governor. I think that's the very largest gap we should be looking at. I would be more comfortable at 98, but that is why I said 200. And I do think we keep in mind that you now have, you know, a residence that's in Colbert. I don't know if it's any nicer, but at least, you know, it's somewhere that won't be, that meets code.
When we served on the Governor's Mansion Council. Back in the day, we should have paid governors to live there. It was a dump. And, so we owe multiple past governors some recompense for what we did to them. But that's beside the point as well. Amanda?
I know the difference between 200 and 205 might not seem, or it's not, a lot of money, but I would point out that our district court judges that we've approved at 201. So the reason that I'm supporting the 205 instead of the 200 is to put the governor above a district court judge.
Further discussion of the motion. Hearing no further discussion, clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
No.
Jim Brinkman,
Okay.
Kelly Commerce,
No.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Nay.
Gloria Myrie,
Nay.
Jim Robbins,
Nay.
Davis Sensman,
Aye.
Stout,
No.
or yes.
Four yes, seven no, the motion fails. So. The next step is to decide if 200 is satisfactory or if we decide to go down to the inflation adjustment. I think we should step it down in $5,000 increments until the cows come home.
I make a motion to set the salary at $200,000 with stair step.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Call the question.
Okay, the clerk will take the roll.
Chair McCormick,
Aye.
Vice Chair Ask,
Aye.
Tim Brinkman,
Nay.
Kelly Commerce,
No.
Devin Driscoll,
Aye.
Amanda Mills,
Aye.
Nick Morgan,
Nay.
Gloria Myrie,
Nay.
Jim Robbins,
Aye.
Davis Sensman, Davis Sensman, Davis, Tim Stout,
No.
Davis Sensman,
Aye. Apologies.
Being 6 ayes and 5 noes, the motion prevailed. I believe that has completed our business. Next steps are for staff to draft the report and for us to meet next Wednesday at
9:30.
9:30
It's 9:30 to 11:30.
in one of these places around here, and staff will let us all know. I really appreciate the tone and the adult nature of the debate today. You folks did a great job, and we are adjourned.
We'll do that. Recommendation.
Motion, the meeting is reconvened. My bad, when you slip a gavel like that.
Yeah.
We have another piece of business. We forgot that we had a discussion of the proposed draft compensation council statutory reform. Everybody can look at these, are in your packet. I knew that I was gonna forget this and I brought it back. What we have, and I'm gonna have somebody who drafted it, one of the folks, how about David, will you report?
Well, I
Or Jim?
can summarize what Jim drafted.
Okay,
Well, okay, I will quickly just say that, as most of you recall, if you were here, we did meet over lunch. We kind of just, we needed to do it, last time because the MDJA representative was able to address things. I do like that David was presiding and that I wasn't trying to do something, but it really was based on what the ad hoc group had done. And it's a very slimmed down version, the most essential part and what the group felt most strongly about. And it is based on the changes since 2017, and that is something I brought up earlier, and I believe you were in your court hearing, but it basically is, just to remind you, we went from 24 classes to, depending on how you look at it, 36 or 37, 50% increase. We've expanded this council to 24 instead of 16. We no longer are really guided by those three levels, two of which are kind of the dominant ones. So we know what we went through here. It's pretty truncated. And so I just want to bring up that this was sort of what we discussed last week, and it's the basics. And I want to say one more thing, because staff more than once, also during ad hoc group considerations and in the last several days, pointed out that it's a real problem for the staff to be considering a 2-year process. And if we want to reword this to say the deadline for this council will be September of next year or whatever, saying that we're going to be session lawed into next year. I mean, you can all talk about whether you want to do that or not, if that option comes up. And I bring it up because the salary council said 0 to the legislature. And if you go back to in history, before 16, when they passed the constitutional amendment, really the Comp Council was mostly about legislative salaries when you go back to the late 90s. The rest of this that we're doing was sort of window dressing as a recommendation. The impetus, I believe, was to get the legislators off. They ultimately had to pass on their own salaries, so it broke down over those years. But we do need to take into account that that the LCC staff would be more obligated. I'd hope that moving us over to a year from now is, you know, the off year of session. I would hope that staff can juggle their other obligations and that this would even tend to even out their workflow, but I don't know that. But the point is here, I think we're all aware of how difficult this was, and whether we just get thrown a bunch of data for a year or a year and a half, that's fine. But meeting for a month or 2 months, even what we used to do in 17, I think we had a full 2 months, if not. That was more, honestly, that was more thorough work. You guys have done a great job. I think this is a miracle, more or less, what you accomplished, but this isn't a great way to do it.
If I could just, Jim, there are 2 things that we're doing. One is, there's an issue with the judicial salary recommendations and that we're already well into the legislative session right now. So we're going to make these recommendations, we're going to take out the report, and then they'll almost be done. So the idea is to stagger it so that we can make the recommendations with time for the legislature to act, as opposed to now. And then the other idea is there's this ex parte provision that's caused so much consternation, and it's just, I think it required the judges to go get an opinion or something, and so we're suggesting to change that, or at least clarify it. So.
And there is an important point here about, it's fine work on that December rolling estimate of where the money's at, but you're looking at the last 7 months of the current biennium and out to 31 months in the next biennium. That's all that rolling average is doing. What we are being asked to do here, if we did more than one biennium, and I'm glad we didn't do that here, but what we are being asked to do by considering what we're looking at now instead of a year and 5 months being the deadline. We are looking at budget periods that are that second biennium is 51 months out instead of 31 in this projection. And the first one is 7 to 27. That's what we did in 17. We were told to do the out years under the statute in 17. That would have been the 27 to 51 months. You'd almost have to have a magic ball to figure out what is going to go on more than 2 years out. So you're closer for everyone to be in the proper budget period, and everyone has to put their preliminary budget in. I get it that the judges take up a very large share of the judiciary, and yes, the commissioner is technically correct. They can play around with the budgets of each of these positions and make it work. It just isn't the right way to do it. We're better off doing it in the second year.
Staff has asked that they be just instructed to incorporate this into the work for full review next week. So I'm gonna direct that. This your report, and then we can discuss it next week. One reason to support this is we just set the meeting rate for a council commission. If they're gonna ask us to begin to set this kind of thing, the work is gonna grow and grow and grow. So you'll see this in the report for debate next week. If everybody's okay with that, I'm seeing nods around the room. Other things we need to notify people about?
Our overall goal is to get the draft report to all of you at least 24 hours before next week's meeting, so that you have a chance. And if you notice any technical issues or anything, Nick will provide instruction, but you can also communicate that to him.
Thank you, everybody. Now we are adjourned.
Then move to California.